The courtroom fell silent as Judge Margaret Chen leaned forward, her eyes locked on the richest man in the world. Elon Musk stood before her bench, confident as always, until she asked the question nobody expected. When you were 8 years old, did you dream of going to space? Elon's face went pale. His hands gripped the wooden edge of the bench. And then something impossible happened. A single tear rolled down his cheek. 200 people gasped. Cameras clicked. Reporters lunged forward. What could a judge have possibly asked to make Elon Musk cry in federal court? The answer would change everything. For a fired engineer fighting for justice, for a little girl who dreamed of Mars, and for every person who'd ever faced the choice between keeping quiet and speaking up. But to understand that moment, we need to go back. Back to 6 months earlier, when David Torres walked into work and found something that would destroy his life, or save it. The air conditioning in the federal courthouse hummed quietly, but David Torres could still feel sweat forming on his palms. He sat at the wooden table next to his lawyer, Rebecca Huang, trying to keep his breathing steady. His wife Maria sat directly behind him in the gallery, her hand resting on his shoulder through the gap in the wooden barrier. The courtroom was packed, every seat filled. Reporters lined the back wall, their notebooks ready, phones silenced but recording. David recognized faces from CNN, NBC, and the local Austin news stations. This wasn't just another lawsuit. This was the trial everyone wanted to see. At the defense table sat Elon Musk. The richest man in the world wore a dark suit without a tie. His hair was neat, his expression calm. Around him sat 5 lawyers from Thompson and Bradley, one of America's most expensive law firms. They shuffled papers and whispered to each other, confident and comfortable. David felt very small. Judge Margaret Chen sat high on the bench, reading something on her computer screen. She was 58 years old with short black hair turning gray at the temples. She wore reading glasses that she kept adjusting. Everyone said Judge Chen was brilliant and fair, but also unpredictable. She asked questions nobody expected. David's heart pounded in his chest. 3 months of trial had led to this moment. Dozens of witnesses, thousands of pages of documents, all to answer one simple question. Did SpaceX fire David Torres because he reported safety problems with their Starship rocket? David knew the truth. The jury would decide if they believed him. "All rise," the bailiff called out. Everyone stood as Judge Chen looked up from her computer. She surveyed the courtroom with sharp, intelligent eyes that missed nothing. "Please be seated," she said. Her voice was clear and strong. "We are here for closing arguments in the case of Torres versus Space Exploration Technologies Corporation." David sat down carefully. His daughter Sophia's drawing was folded in his jacket pocket, a picture of their family holding hands with the words, "We love you, Daddy," written in crayon. Sophia was 8 years old. She didn't fully understand why her father was fighting Elon Musk in court, but she knew it was important. Marcus Thompson stood up from the defense table. He was SpaceX's lead lawyer, tall and confident with silver hair and a voice like smooth honey. He had been practicing law longer than David had been alive. "Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury," Marcus began, walking toward the jury box with his hands clasped behind his back. "This case is about a simple employment decision. Mr. Torres was not performing his job well. His supervisors gave him chances to improve. He did not improve. SpaceX had no choice but to let him go." David clenched his fists under the table. That wasn't true. Rebecca squeezed his arm gently, reminding him to stay calm. Marcus continued for 20 minutes, painting David as a difficult employee who couldn't work with his team. He made it sound so reasonable, so normal, just a regular firing, nothing illegal, nothing wrong. Then it was Rebecca's turn. She stood up slowly, smoothing her dark blue suit jacket. Rebecca was 42 years old, the daughter of immigrants from Taiwan, and she had built her career fighting for people who couldn't fight for themselves. "Your Honor, members of the jury," Rebecca said. Her voice was quieter than Marcus's but somehow more powerful. "This case is actually very simple. David Torres saw something dangerous. He reported it through the proper channels. 3 days later, he was fired. That's called retaliation, and it's illegal." She walked the jury through everything they'd heard over 3 months. David's 7 years of excellent work at SpaceX, the cracked heat shield tiles he discovered, his detailed safety report, the pressure from his boss to stay quiet, the sudden negative performance reviews that appeared only after he reported the problem, the termination letter that came 72 hours after he filed his safety complaint. David watched the jurors' faces. Some nodded slightly. Others took notes. A woman in the front row, a school teacher named Mrs. Patterson, looked directly at David with kind eyes. Rebecca spoke for 30 minutes, then returned to her seat beside David. "Strong," she whispered to him. "Very strong." Judge Chen adjusted her glasses and looked at both tables. "Thank you, counsel. I have a few instructions for the jury before." She stopped mid-sentence. The courtroom fell completely silent. Judge Chen was staring at her computer screen with an expression David couldn't read. 30 seconds passed. A full minute. People began shifting in their seats, confused. Finally, Judge Chen looked up. But instead of addressing the jury, her eyes fixed on Elon Musk. "Mr. Musk," she said, "please approach the bench." Elon's lawyers looked at each other, startled. Marcus Thompson started to stand, but Judge Chen shook her head. "Just Mr. Musk, please," she said firmly. Elon stood up, buttoning his suit jacket. He walked to the bench with his usual confident stride. David's heart hammered. What was happening? This wasn't normal court procedure. Judges didn't call people up during closing arguments. The courtroom was so quiet David could hear his own pulse in his ears. Elon stood before Judge Chen, looking up at her on the high bench. She studied him for a long moment, her face unreadable. Then Judge Chen spoke, her voice loud enough for everyone in the courtroom to hear clearly. "Mr. Musk, you've built electric cars that are changing transportation. You've built rockets that are revolutionizing space travel. You've created companies worth billions of dollars. You're one of the most powerful people in the world." Elon nodded slightly, unsure where this was going. "But I want to ask you something," Judge Chen continued. Her voice was firm but not unkind. "And I want you to answer honestly, not as a CEO or a billionaire, but as a human being." The judge paused. The pause stretched out. David could barely breathe. "When you were young, maybe 8 or 9 years old, about the age of David Torres' daughter Sophia, did you ever dream of going to space?" The question hung in the air like smoke. Elon blinked. His mouth opened slightly. For the first time in the entire trial, his confident mask cracked. "Yes," he said quietly. "Yes, I did." "And when you had those dreams," Judge Chen continued, leaning forward, "when you imagined yourself as an astronaut, did you trust that the adults building the spaceships would never, ever cut corners on safety? Did you trust that if someone saw a problem, they would be allowed to speak up?" Something changed in Elon's face. His jaw tightened. His eyes suddenly looked very bright. "Yes," he whispered. And then something happened that nobody in that courtroom expected. A single tear rolled down Elon Musk's cheek. The courtroom erupted. Reporters gasped audibly. Someone in the gallery said, "Oh my God," loud enough for everyone to hear. Cameras clicked despite the no photography rule. The bailiff called for order, but nobody was listening. Elon Musk, the man who had flown rockets into space, who tweeted jokes at millions of followers, who seemed bulletproof and untouchable, was crying in federal court. David stared in complete shock. Maria's hand found his shoulder again, gripping tight. Judge Chen's voice cut through the chaos like a knife. "Order!" Her gavel cracked 3 times against the bench. "Order in this court, or I will clear the gallery." Slowly, the room quieted. But everyone was still staring at Elon, at the tear on his face, at the way his hands gripped the edge of the judge's bench. Judge Chen wasn't finished. "Mr. Musk," she said, her voice softer now but still carrying throughout the silent courtroom, "I want you to think about something very carefully." She paused again, making sure every single person was listening. David Tor's daughter Sophia dreams of being an astronaut. She has a poster of your Starship rocket on her bedroom wall. She believes in the future you're building. Elon's throat moved as he swallowed hard. Another tear followed the first. "So I'm going to ask you." But Judge Chen stopped. She looked at the clock on the wall, then at the packed courtroom, then back at Elon Musk. "Actually," she said, "I think we need to take a short recess. This court stands in recess for 15 minutes. The gavel cracked once more. Elon turned and walked back to his table, moving like a man in a dream. His lawyers surrounded him immediately, talking urgently in whispers. But Elon wasn't listening to them. He was staring at nothing, his face pale, his eyes still wet. David turned to Rebecca. "What just happened?" Rebecca shook her head slowly, her own eyes wide with shock. "I have absolutely no idea, but I think everything just changed." The Texas sun beat down on the SpaceX Starbase facility in Boca Chica like a hammer. David Torres wiped sweat from his forehead and squinted up at the massive silver rocket standing on the launch pad. Starship, the spacecraft that would carry humans to Mars. Even after 7 years working here, the sight still took his breath away. "Beautiful, isn't she?" said Kent Morrison, David's supervisor. Kent was 45 years old with a red beard and sunburned arms. He'd been at SpaceX for 10 years and acted like he owned the place. "She really is," David said quietly. They stood in the shadow of the giant rocket, their hard hats bright orange against the blue sky. September in South Texas was still hot as an oven. David's safety vest stuck to his shirt with sweat. "Let's check those heat shield tiles," Kent said, pulling out his tablet. "We need to sign off on this batch today. Launch timeline is tight." David nodded and followed Kent to the inspection area. Rows and rows of hexagonal black tiles sat on metal tables. These tiles would protect Starship during re-entry, when the spacecraft screamed back through Earth's atmosphere at thousands of miles per hour. The tiles had to be perfect. If they failed, the ship would burn up. Anyone inside would die. David had inspected thousands of tiles during his years at SpaceX. He knew exactly what to look for. He picked up the first tile, turning it slowly under the bright work lights. His trained eyes scanned every centimeter. The tile looked good, smooth surface, clean edges, no visible defects. He set it down and picked up the second tile, then the third, then the fourth. On the fifth tile, David stopped. He held the tile closer to the light, tilting it back and forth. There, along the left edge, a hairline crack, so thin he could barely see it, maybe a millimeter wide. Most people would miss it completely. But David didn't miss it. He set the tile aside and picked up another one from the same batch. Another crack, this time along the bottom edge. A third tile showed a tiny fracture near the corner. David's stomach tightened. 3 defective tiles out of 5 checked. That was a 60% failure rate. "Kent," he said, "come look at this." Kent walked over, still looking at his tablet. "What's up?" David showed him the tiles and pointed out the cracks. "These 3 all have fractures. We need to check the whole batch. Something went wrong in manufacturing." Kent barely glanced at the tiles. "Those are just surface irregularities, David. Normal variations in the production process." "No," David said firmly. "These are structural cracks. They could expand during the extreme heat of re-entry. We need to approve this batch and move on," Kent interrupted. His voice had an edge to it now. "We're already behind schedule. Elon wants this Starship ready for the next test flight in 6 weeks. David stared at his supervisor. "Kent, these tiles aren't safe." They're fine, Kent said, waving his hand dismissively. You're overthinking it, that's your problem, David. You always overthink everything. David felt anger rising in his chest. My problem. My job is to make sure these tiles won't fail. These cracks could kill someone. Kent's face reddened. Nobody's dying, David. You're being dramatic. Now approve the batch so we can move forward. I can't do that, David said quietly. Kent stepped closer, lowering his voice so the other engineers nearby couldn't hear. Listen to me very carefully. Everyone here works hard. Everyone sacrifices. We're trying to make humanity a multi-planet species. That requires taking risks and moving fast. Do you understand? I understand that safety comes first, David said. Kent's jaw clenched. Fine, document your concerns if you want. Send it up the chain, but I'm approving these tiles. We have a schedule to keep. He tapped his tablet screen several times, then walked away without another word. David stood there holding the cracked tile, his hands shaking slightly. Not from fear, from frustration. That evening, David drove home to Brownsville, 20 minutes north of the Starbase facility. His old Toyota truck rattled over the rough roads. His mind kept replaying the conversation with Kent. Home was a small, 3-bedroom house painted pale yellow with a chain-link fence around the front yard. Maria's car sat in the driveway. She was home early from her shift at Valley Regional Medical Center. David walked inside to the smell of cooking onions and peppers. His wife stood at the stove making fajitas, her dark hair pulled back in a ponytail. After 12 years of marriage, just seeing her made David feel calmer. Hey, baby, Maria said, turning to kiss him. Then she looked at his face. What's wrong? Rough day, David said. Daddy, 8-year-old Sophia ran into the kitchen and jumped into his arms. She wore a pink shirt with a rocket on it. Look what I drew in art class. She showed him a picture of a family standing on a red planet. That's us on Mars. David hugged her tight. It's beautiful, Mija. 5-year-old Miguel ran in next, holding a toy spaceship. Dad, can we watch the rocket videos after dinner? Sure, buddy, David said, ruffling his son's hair. During dinner, David tried to act normal. He asked Sophia about school. She talked excitedly about her science project on planets. Miguel showed him a Lego spaceship he'd built. Maria told funny stories about patients at the hospital, but David's mind kept returning to those cracked tiles. After the kids went to bed, David and Maria sat together on their back porch. The Texas night was warm and full of cricket sounds. Stars filled the sky above them. Tell me what happened, Maria said softly. David told her everything. The cracked tiles, Kent's dismissal of his concerns, the pressure to approve unsafe components. Maria listened quietly, holding his hand. What are you going to do? She asked when he finished. I don't know, David admitted. If I push this, Kent will make my life difficult. He already thinks I'm too cautious, too slow. Are you too cautious? Maria asked. David shook his head. No, I'm exactly cautious enough. These tiles protect human lives, Maria. If they fail during re-entry, the ship burns up. Everyone dies. It's not about being cautious. It's about being right. Maria squeezed his hand. Then you know what you have to do. It could cost me my job, David said quietly. SpaceX is my dream job. I've wanted to work here since I was a kid, and we moved across the country for this. If I lose this job, there aren't a lot of aerospace companies in South Texas. We'll figure it out, Maria said. We always do. But David, I didn't marry a man who stays quiet when something's wrong. I married a man who does the right thing, even when it's hard. David looked at his wife. She was a nurse. She understood what it meant to put safety first, to speak up when something was dangerous, even when it was uncomfortable. You're sure? He asked. I'm sure, Maria said. Document everything, report it properly, follow all the rules, and let the chips fall where they may. That night, David couldn't sleep. He lay in bed staring at the ceiling fan spinning slowly above him. Through the thin walls, he could hear Miguel's soft snoring. Tomorrow, he would write a formal safety report. He would include photographs of the cracked tiles, measurements, technical analysis. He would submit it through SpaceX's official ethics hotline. He would do everything by the book. But deep in his gut, David had a bad feeling. He'd heard the stories. Other engineers who raised concerns and mysteriously received bad performance reviews. People who spoke up and found themselves pushed out. SpaceX was an amazing company, but it was also a company obsessed with moving fast, with meeting deadlines, with pushing boundaries. Sometimes boundaries existed for good reasons. David finally fell asleep around 2 in the morning. In his dreams, he saw a rocket burning up during re-entry, breaking apart in the sky, pieces falling like shooting stars. He woke up in a cold sweat. The next day at work, David took careful photographs of every cracked tile he could find. He measured each fracture with precision instruments. He documented the batch numbers and manufacturing dates. He wrote a detailed technical report explaining why these cracks were dangerous. The report was 12 pages long, clear, professional, undeniable. At lunch, David sat alone in his truck in the parking lot. He pulled out his phone and opened SpaceX's ethics reporting app. His finger hovered over the submit button. This was it. Once he pressed this button, there was no going back. David thought about Sophia's drawing of their family on Mars. He thought about Miguel's toy spaceships. He thought about all the future astronauts who would trust their lives to the vehicles SpaceX built. He pressed submit. The app confirmed his report was received. Someone in the ethics department would review it within 72 hours. David put his phone away and ate his sandwich. It tasted like cardboard. For 2 weeks, nothing happened. David went to work every day. He inspected components. He attended meetings. Kent avoided talking to him except when absolutely necessary. The atmosphere in their work group grew cold. David began to wonder if his report had been ignored completely. Then, on a Thursday afternoon, David received an email. Patricia Valdez from Human Resources wanted to meet with him. Tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, bring no materials. David's stomach dropped. That night, he told Maria about the meeting. Want me to come with you? She asked. You can't, David said. It's an internal meeting. Then record it on your phone, Maria said. Texas is a one-party consent state. You can legally record conversations you're part of. David hadn't thought of that. That's actually a good idea. I didn't marry a dummy, Maria said, trying to smile. But David could see the worry in her eyes. The next morning, David wore his best work shirt and arrived at the HR office at 8:55. His phone sat in his shirt pocket, audio recording running. Patricia Valdez was a stern-looking woman in her 50s with short gray hair and cold blue eyes. Kent Morrison sat next to her, arms crossed. Have a seat, David, Patricia said, gesturing to a chair across the table from them. David sat down. His heart pounded, but he kept his face calm. David, we've received some concerns about your recent work performance, Patricia began. Your supervisor has noted several issues with your productivity and collaboration skills. David's hands clenched under the table. What issues specifically? Kent spoke up. You've been slow to approve components. You've questioned decisions made by senior engineers. You've created unnecessary delays in our production timeline. I've been doing my job, David said carefully. My job is to ensure component safety. That sometimes means taking time to properly inspect. Your job, Patricia interrupted, is to be a team player, to support SpaceX's mission. Lately, you haven't been doing that. I submitted a safety report 2 weeks ago, David said, about cracked heat shield tiles. Has anyone reviewed my findings? Patricia's expression didn't change. That report was reviewed by our engineering safety team. They found your concerns to be unfounded. The tiles in question meet all safety specifications." "Can I see that review?" David asked. "That's an internal document," Patricia said. "It's not available to individual engineers." David felt his anger rising, but forced himself to stay calm. "So I'm not allowed to see the analysis that supposedly proves I'm wrong." "David," Kent said, his voice hard, "you need to understand something. SpaceX moves fast. We take calculated risks. That's how we innovate. If you can't handle that pace, maybe this isn't the right company for you." The words hung in the air like a threat. Patricia opened a folder and slid a paper across the table. "This is a performance improvement plan. You have 30 days to address the issues we've outlined. Failure to improve will result in termination." David looked at the paper. It listed vague complaints, lacks urgency, struggles with team dynamics, resistant to feedback, nothing specific, nothing he could actually address. This was a setup. They were building a paper trail to fire him. "I see," David said quietly. He stood up. "Is there anything else?" "That's all," Patricia said. "We expect significant improvement, David. We really do." David walked out of the office, his legs feeling like rubber. In the hallway, he stopped the recording on his phone. 3 days later, David received a termination letter. The reason given: performance issues and failure to work collaboratively with team members. Just like that, his dream job was gone. David sat in his truck in the SpaceX parking lot staring at the termination letter. The words blurred together. His hands shook. 7 years, gone in 3 days. Around him, other employees walked to their cars, laughing and talking about weekend plans. Nobody looked at him. Nobody knew yet that he'd just been fired. David started the engine and drove home slowly. He couldn't think straight. His mind felt foggy, like he was underwater. When he pulled into the driveway, Maria's car was already there. She must have left work early. Somehow, she always knew when he needed her. David walked into the house. Maria stood in the kitchen looking at her phone. When she saw his face, she knew immediately. "They fired you," she said. "It wasn't a question." David nodded. He couldn't speak. If he spoke, he might cry, and he didn't want to cry. Maria crossed the room and hugged him tight. David buried his face in her shoulder and finally let the tears come. "I did the right thing," he whispered. "I reported unsafe components. I followed every rule, and they fired me anyway." "I know, baby," Maria said, holding him. "I know." They stood there in the kitchen for a long time, just holding each other. That night, David had to tell the kids. Sophia and Miguel sat on the couch, sensing something was wrong. "Kids, I need to tell you something," David said, sitting down with them. "I'm not going to be working at SpaceX anymore." Sophia's eyes went wide. "Did you quit?" "Not exactly," David said. "Sometimes grown-ups have disagreements at work. I thought we should do something one way, and my boss thought we should do it another way. So now I'm going to find a different job." "But you love SpaceX," Sophia said. Her voice trembled. "You said it was your dream job." "It was," David said, pulling her close. "But sometimes dreams change, and that's okay." Miguel looked confused. "Are we still going to Mars?" David smiled despite the sadness crushing his chest. "Maybe not us, buddy, but somebody will, and they'll be safe because good people will make sure the rockets work right." After the kids went to bed, David and Maria sat at the kitchen table with their laptop, looking at their bank account. "We have 3 months of savings," Maria said. "Maybe 4 if we're really careful." "I'll find something," David said. "There are other aerospace companies. Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Blue Origin." "In Texas?" Maria asked gently. David's heart sank. She was right. Most aerospace jobs were in California, Florida, Alabama, or Washington State. Moving would mean uprooting the whole family again, taking Sophia out of her school, finding a new house, Maria getting a new nursing job. I'll apply everywhere, David said. Something will work out. But over the next few weeks, nothing worked out. David sent his resume to 43 companies. He got 3 responses, all rejections. He called former colleagues from his MIT days. They were sympathetic but had no openings. He reached out to headhunters. They stopped returning his calls after the first conversation. Slowly, David realized what was happening. Word had gotten around the aerospace industry. SpaceX had quietly blacklisted him. Nobody wanted to hire the engineer who'd caused trouble at Elon Musk's company. October turned into November. The money in their savings account got smaller every week. Maria picked up extra shifts at the hospital. She worked 12-hour days, coming home exhausted. David felt useless. He destroyed their financial security for nothing. One morning, David drove to a job interview at an auto repair shop. The pay was less than half what he'd made at SpaceX, but they needed money. The shop owner took one look at David's resume and laughed. "You're an aerospace engineer from MIT," the man said. "Why would you want to change oil?" "I need a job," David said simply. The man shook his head. "You're overqualified. You'd quit the second you found something better. Sorry, can't help you." David sat in his truck in the parking lot and put his head on the steering wheel. He was too educated to get a simple job and too controversial to get an engineering job. He was trapped. That night, Sophia came into the living room where David sat in the dark, unable to sleep. "Daddy, are you okay?" she asked quietly. David turned on the lamp. Sophia stood there in her pajamas with rockets on them, holding her stuffed astronaut bear. "I'm okay, sweetie," David lied. "Just thinking." "About work?" "Yeah." Sophia climbed onto the couch next to him. "Mom says we might have to move." David's throat tightened. "Maybe, we're not sure yet." "I don't want to move," Sophia said. "I like my school, I like my friends." "I know, Mija," David said, pulling her close. "I'm sorry." "It's not your fault," Sophia said. Then, after a pause, "Is it?" The question hit David like a punch to the stomach. His own daughter was wondering if this was his fault. "I reported a safety problem at work," David said carefully. "I thought I was doing the right thing, but sometimes doing the right thing has consequences." Sophia looked up at him with serious brown eyes. "My teacher says doing the right thing is always good." "Your teacher is right," David said, "but sometimes it's also hard." Sophia hugged him tight. "I love you, Daddy." "I love you too, baby." After Sophia went back to bed, David sat alone in the dark for another hour. He thought about his parents who had sacrificed everything to give him opportunities. His father had worked 2 jobs to help pay for MIT. His mother had cleaned houses to send him money for books. And now David had thrown it all away. Thanksgiving came. They couldn't afford a turkey, so Maria made chicken. The kids didn't complain, but David saw the disappointment in their faces. After dinner, David and Maria sat on the back porch while the kids played inside. "I don't know what to do," David admitted. "I've applied everywhere. Nobody will hire me. We're going to lose the house." "We'll figure something out," Maria said, but even she sounded less certain now. "Maybe I should call SpaceX," David said. "Apologize, beg for my job back." Maria turned to him sharply. "You want to apologize for being right, for trying to keep people safe." "I want to feed my family," David said, his voice breaking. "By telling our kids that standing up for what's right isn't worth it." Maria shook her head. "No, we didn't raise them to be cowards, David, and you're not a coward." "I feel like a failure," David whispered. "You're not," Maria said firmly. "You're a good man in a bad situation. That's different." David watched his kids through the window, playing with their old toys because they couldn't afford new ones for Christmas this year. "What if I made the wrong choice?" he asked. "You didn't," Maria said. "Those tiles were dangerous. You know it. I know it. Elon Musk knows it. They just didn't want to hear it. But what if? No, Maria interrupted. David, listen to me. In 20 years, when Sophia is grown up, what do you want her to remember about this time? That her father gave up, or that her father fought for what was right, no matter how hard it got? David looked at his wife. Even exhausted from working double shifts, even worried about money, she was still the strongest person he knew. You're right, he said finally. I know I am, Maria said, managing a small smile. Now, what are we going to do about this? David thought for a long moment. An idea had been forming in his mind for weeks, but he'd been too scared to voice it. I could sue them, he said quietly. Maria raised her eyebrows. Sue SpaceX. Texas has whistleblower protection laws, David said. If I can prove they fired me for reporting safety concerns, that's illegal. We could win. Or we could lose everything, Maria said. Lawyers are expensive, David. We can't afford. Some lawyers work on contingency, David said. They only get paid if we win. Fighting Elon Musk in court, Maria said. David, he's the richest man in the world. He'll have an army of lawyers. I know, David said, but I have the truth. I have documentation. I have the recording of my meeting with HR. Maybe that's enough. Maria was quiet for a long time, thinking. If we do this, she finally said, we're all in. No backing out halfway. It'll get ugly. People will say terrible things about you, about us. The kids might get bullied. Are you ready for that? David looked through the window again. Miguel was showing Sophia his Lego spaceship. They were laughing, still innocent, still believing their father could fix anything. Yes, David said. I'm ready. The next Monday, David sat in his truck with his laptop, searching for employment lawyers in Austin. He found dozens, but one name kept appearing in articles about tech company lawsuits, Rebecca Huang. Rebecca had successfully sued Google, Amazon, and Microsoft for various employment violations. She specialized in whistleblower cases. According to her website, she offered free consultations. David called the number. A receptionist answered. Law offices of Rebecca Huang. Hi, David said. My name is David Torres. I was fired from SpaceX for reporting safety violations. I'd like to speak with Ms. Huang about potentially filing a lawsuit. There was a pause. Please hold. Music played for 2 minutes. Then a woman's voice came on the line. This is Rebecca Huang. Mr. Torres, did you say you were fired from SpaceX? Yes, ma'am, David said, 3 weeks ago. For reporting safety violations. Yes, ma'am, heat shield tiles on Starship. I documented everything. Another pause. Can you come to Austin tomorrow? I'd like to review your documentation. David's heart jumped. Yes, what time? 2 o'clock. My office is on Congress Avenue. Ask the receptionist for directions. Thank you, David said. Thank you so much. Don't thank me yet, Rebecca said. Bring everything you have. And Mr. Torres, this is going to be hard. Suing SpaceX means fighting one of the most powerful companies in the world. Are you prepared for that? David thought about Sophia's question. Is it your fault? He thought about Miguel's toy spaceships. He thought about all the future astronauts whose lives might depend on those heat shield tiles. Yes, David said. I'm prepared. The next day, David drove 2 hours to Austin. Rebecca's office was in a modern building downtown. The receptionist sent him to the 3rd floor. Rebecca Huang was shorter than David expected, maybe 5 feet tall, with straight black hair and sharp, intelligent eyes behind stylish glasses. She wore a dark suit and shook David's hand with surprising strength. Sit down, Mr. Torres, she said, gesturing to a chair across from her desk. Show me what you have. David opened his folder. He showed her everything, the photographs of cracked tiles, his technical report, the ethics complaint, the email from HR, the termination letter, and most importantly, the audio recording of his meeting with Patricia Valdez and Kent Morrison. Rebecca listened to the entire recording without interrupting. When it finished, she leaned back in her chair. "This is good," she said. "Really good. They made mistakes. Big mistakes." "So you'll take my case?" David asked. "Maybe," Rebecca said, "but I need to be honest with you. Fighting SpaceX means fighting Elon Musk. He has unlimited money for lawyers. He has millions of fans who will attack you online. The media will dig into every part of your life. Your family will be harassed. And even with all this evidence, we might lose. Are you absolutely certain you want to do this?" David met her eyes. "My daughter wants to be an astronaut. She has a SpaceX poster in her room. If those bad tiles make it onto a ship, if something goes wrong, if people die, I need to know I tried to stop it." Rebecca studied him for a long moment. Then she smiled slightly. "Okay," she said. "I'll take your case. Contingency basis, I get 30% if we win, nothing if we lose. But Mr. Torres, I don't plan to lose." She extended her hand. David shook it and everything changed. The lawsuit was filed on January 15, 2025. Rebecca submitted the complaint to the federal court in Austin at 9 in the morning. By noon, every major news outlet in America knew about it. David sat in Rebecca's office, watching his life explode on television screens. Former SpaceX engineer sues Elon Musk, the CNN anchor said. David Torres claims he was fired for reporting safety concerns about the Starship rocket program. The screen showed a photo of David from his SpaceX employee badge. He looked younger in that picture, happier. That man didn't know what was coming. Rebecca's phone rang constantly. Reporters wanted interviews. Her assistant wrote down names and numbers on a long list. "We're not talking to anyone yet," Rebecca said firmly. "Let the complaint speak for itself." But the internet didn't wait for official statements. Within hours, the story spread across social media like wildfire. On Twitter, opinions split immediately. Some people supported David, calling him brave. Others called him a liar trying to get rich by attacking a genius. Then at 3:47 in the afternoon, Elon tweeted. David watched Rebecca's computer screen as the tweet appeared. Another fake whistleblower trying to slow down humanity's path to Mars. Sad. The tweet got 10,000 likes in the first minute, 20,000 in 5 minutes. Within an hour, 2 million people had liked it. The replies were brutal. "This Torres guy is just jealous of success. Nobody stops Elon. This loser will get crushed in court. Probably got fired for being lazy, and now wants a payday." David felt sick to his stomach. "Don't read those," Rebecca said, closing her laptop. "Social media isn't reality. The jury won't see any of this." "But everyone else will," David said quietly. He was right. Over the next few days, the story grew bigger and uglier. Tech blogs analyzed the lawsuit, picking apart every detail. Some writers supported David's claims. Most sided with SpaceX. After all, SpaceX was cool. SpaceX was the future. Who was David Torres compared to that? News vans appeared outside David's house in Brownsville. Reporters knocked on the door at all hours. David stopped answering. One morning, David walked outside to get the newspaper and found a TV crew on his lawn. "Mr. Torres," a reporter shouted, shoving a microphone toward him. "Why are you trying to destroy SpaceX? Do you want America to lose the space race?" David froze. The camera's red light blinked at him. "I'm not trying to destroy anything," David said. "I reported safety problems, that's all." "But SpaceX says your concerns were investigated and found baseless," the reporter pressed. "Are you calling them liars?" "I'm saying what I saw," David said. "Now please leave my property." He went back inside and locked the door. His hands were shaking. That clip played on the evening news. but they edited it to make David look nervous and defensive, like he was hiding something. Maria had to explain to the kids why strangers were taking pictures of their house. "Some people are interested in Daddy's old job," she said carefully. "They'll go away soon." But they didn't go away. Someone found David's social media accounts. Old photos, old posts, nothing bad, but people twisted everything. A photo of David holding a beer at a barbecue became evidence he had drinking problems. A joke he'd made 5 years ago was called proof he couldn't take criticism. The attacks got worse. One night, David heard a noise outside. He looked through the window and saw someone spray painting their garage door. Red letters, "Traitor." David ran outside, but whoever did it was already gone. He stood in his driveway at 2 in the morning, staring at the word dripping down the white paint. Maria called the police. An officer came and took a report, but he didn't seem optimistic about catching anyone. "You're that guy suing Elon Musk?" the officer asked. "Yes," David said. The officer shook his head. "Good luck with that." The next day, David had to scrub the paint off while neighbors watched from their windows. Some waved sympathetically, others just stared. Sophia came home from school crying. David found her in her room, face buried in her pillow. "Sweetie, what happened?" he asked, sitting on her bed. "Kids at school said you're trying to hurt Elon Musk," Sophia sobbed. "They said you're a bad person. They said you're lying." David felt his heart break into pieces. "I'm not lying, Mija," he said softly. "I saw something dangerous and I reported it. That's what good people do." "But everyone says you're wrong," Sophia cried. "Everyone says Elon Musk is right and you're wrong." "Sometimes lots of people believe something that isn't true," David said. "That doesn't make it true. It just makes it popular." Sophia looked at him with red, puffy eyes. "Are we going to be okay?" David wanted to say yes. He wanted to promise everything would be fine, but he'd promised not to lie to his children. "I don't know," he admitted, "but we're going to try really hard to be okay. Can you be brave for me?" Sophia nodded, wiping her eyes. That night, David and Maria lay in bed, unable to sleep. "Maybe we should drop the lawsuit," David whispered. "This is hurting the kids." "The kids are tougher than you think," Maria said. "And what message does it send if we quit now? That bullies win if they're loud enough." "I don't know if I can keep doing this," David said. "Every day there's something new. Today someone posted our home address online. Our address, Maria. What if some crazy person shows up?" "Then we call the police," Maria said firmly. "David, I know this is hard. It's the hardest thing we've ever done. But those tiles are still dangerous. If we quit now, nothing changes. SpaceX still fires people for reporting problems. Engineers still stay quiet because they're scared. Is that the world you want?" David closed his eyes. "No." "Then we keep fighting," Maria said. But the attacks continued. A blogger wrote a long article claiming David had poor performance reviews at SpaceX long before the safety complaint. The article included fake documents that looked official. Thousands of people shared it. Rebecca threatened legal action, and the article was taken down, but the damage was done. The fake story spread faster than the truth. Former SpaceX employees started posting on Reddit, claiming David was difficult to work with. Most posted anonymously. Rebecca suspected SpaceX was organizing the campaign, but she couldn't prove it. Then something unexpected happened. David received an email from an address he didn't recognize. The subject line said, "You're not alone." David almost deleted it as spam, but something made him open it. The email was from a former SpaceX engineer named Tom Chen. Tom had left the company 6 months before David was hired. "I was pressured to approve faulty components too," Tom wrote. "When I refused, they made my life miserable until I quit. I wanted to fight, but I had a family to support. I took the easy way out and stayed quiet. I've regretted it every day since." What you're doing is brave. Don't give up. David read the email 3 times. He wasn't alone. Other engineers had seen the same problems. Over the next week, 5 more former SpaceX employees contacted David privately. They all told similar stories: pressure to cut corners, retaliation for raising concerns, forced resignations or terminations. None of them were willing to testify publicly. They were too afraid of being blacklisted in the aerospace industry, just like David. But their stories gave David strength. He wasn't crazy. He wasn't wrong. The problems at SpaceX were real. Rebecca used some of these anonymous accounts to strengthen their case, carefully protecting identities. She found patterns in SpaceX's behavior. This wasn't just about David. It was about a culture that punished honesty. In February, SpaceX filed a motion to dismiss the lawsuit. Their lawyers argued that David's safety concerns had been properly investigated and found baseless. They claimed he was fired for legitimate performance issues, not retaliation. Rebecca fought back with mountains of evidence: the suspicious timing of David's negative reviews, the recording of his HR meeting, text messages between Patricia Valdez and Kent Morrison that Rebecca's legal team had obtained through discovery. One text message was especially damning. Kent had written to Patricia, "Tours is becoming a problem. We need to document everything we can use against him. Can't let him slow down the launch schedule." Patricia had replied, "Agreed, building the file now." The texts proved they were targeting David specifically for raising safety concerns. Judge Margaret Chen reviewed all the evidence and denied SpaceX's motion to dismiss. The case would go to trial. The news sent shockwaves through the tech industry. Elon Musk's company couldn't make the lawsuit disappear. They would have to defend themselves in court. Elon tweeted again, "Looking forward to presenting the facts in court. Truth always wins." His followers cheered. David's critics multiplied. Someone created a website called tourslies.com listing supposed inconsistencies in David's story. The site was professionally designed and clearly well-funded, though nobody knew who paid for it. A YouTuber with 3 million subscribers made a video defending SpaceX and attacking David. The video got 8 million views in 2 days. David stopped reading social media entirely. It was too painful, but support came from unexpected places too. A group of former NASA engineers published an open letter supporting David's concerns about the heat shield tiles. They analyzed his photographs and technical report and agreed the cracks were potentially dangerous. Mr. Tours did exactly what any responsible engineer should do, their letter stated. He identified a problem and reported it. That's not troublemaking. That's professionalism. The letter didn't get as much attention as the attacks, but it mattered to David. Dr. James Washington, a 70-year-old aerospace engineer who had worked on the Space Shuttle program, reached out to Rebecca. He offered to serve as an expert witness. "I was part of the team investigating the Columbia disaster," Dr. Washington told David during their first phone call. 7 astronauts died because we missed warning signs about heat shield damage. When I looked at your photographs, I saw similar warning signs. I can't stay silent." David felt tears in his eyes. "Thank you," he managed to say. "No," Dr. Washington said. "Thank you. You're fighting for something I should have fought harder for 20 years ago. I won't let you fight alone." In March, Judge Chen set a trial date, March 3, 2025. Both sides would have 6 weeks to prepare. Rebecca worked 18-hour days building their case. David helped however he could, organizing documents and preparing testimony. The night before the trial started, David couldn't sleep. He sat on the back porch looking at the stars. Maria joined him, wrapping a blanket around her shoulders against the cool night air. "Scared?" she asked. "Terrified," David admitted. "Me too," Maria said. "But also proud. So proud of you, David." "I haven't won anything yet," David said. "You've already won," Maria said. "You stood up when it was hard. You didn't back down when people attacked you. You showed our kids what courage looks like. That's winning no matter what the jury says." David pulled her close. "I love you." "I love you too," Maria said. "Now let's go to bed. Tomorrow you're going to court to fight Elon Musk. You need rest." David smiled despite his fear. "When you put it that way, it sounds insane." "It is insane," Maria agreed. "But it's also right. Sometimes those are the same thing." They went inside together, ready to face whatever came next. The federal courthouse in Austin stood tall and imposing, built from gray stone that looked almost silver in the early morning light. David stood on the sidewalk, staring up at it. His legs felt weak. "Ready?" Rebecca asked beside him. She wore a sharp navy suit and carried a leather briefcase. "No," David said honestly, "but let's go anyway." Maria squeezed his hand. She had taken the day off work to be here. David's mother had driven from San Antonio to watch Sophia and Miguel. They climbed the courthouse steps together. At the top, a crowd of reporters waited with cameras and microphones. "Mr. Torres, do you really think you can beat Elon Musk? Are you doing this for money or principle?" "Mr. Torres, look this way." Rebecca pushed through the crowd, protecting David like a shield. "No comments until after the trial," she said firmly. Inside, the courthouse was cooler and quieter. Their footsteps echoed on marble floors. Security guards checked bags and waved metal detector wands. They took an elevator to the third floor. Courtroom 3B, the courtroom was already filling with people. Reporters sat in the first 3 rows of the gallery, notebooks open. Behind them sat curious citizens who had waited hours for seats. This was the biggest trial in Austin in years. David walked to the plaintiff's table on the left side of the room. The wood was old and polished, marked with decades of nervous fingers drumming against it. At the defense table sat a small army of lawyers in expensive suits. David counted 7 of them, all shuffling papers and whispering to each other. Then Elon Musk walked in. The courtroom buzzed with energy. Everyone turned to look. Elon wore a dark suit with no tie, his signature casual formal style. He looked confident, almost bored, like this was just another meeting in his busy day. He sat at the defense table and immediately pulled out his phone, scrolling through something. One of his lawyers leaned over and whispered to him. Elon nodded without looking up. David felt very small suddenly. What was he doing here? He was just an engineer from Brownsville. That man over there was the richest person in the world. "Don't look at him," Rebecca whispered. "Look at me. You belong here, David. You have every right to be in this courtroom." David nodded and tried to breathe steadily. Maria sat directly behind him in the first row of the gallery. She caught his eye and mouthed, "I love you." "All rise." Everyone stood as Judge Margaret Chen entered through a door behind the bench. She wore black robes and carried herself with calm authority. She was shorter than David expected, but her presence filled the entire room. "Please be seated," Judge Chen said, settling into her chair. She adjusted her glasses and looked at both tables. "We are here for the trial of Torres versus Space Exploration Technologies Corporation. Counsel, are both parties ready to proceed?" "Yes, Your Honor," Rebecca said, standing. Marcus Thompson stood for the defense. He was tall and silver-haired with a voice like warm honey. "Ready, Your Honor." "Very well," Judge Chen said. She turned to the jury box where 12 ordinary citizens sat nervously. "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are about to hear opening statements from both sides. Remember, opening statements are not evidence. They are simply each attorney's preview of what they believe the evidence will show. You will base your verdict only on the evidence presented during trial. Is that clear?" The jurors nodded. "Mr. Thompson, you may begin," Judge Chen said. Marcus Thompson stood and buttoned his suit jacket. He walked slowly toward the jury box, making eye contact with each juror. He smiled warmly like a favorite uncle. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen," he began. His voice was smooth and friendly. "My name is Marcus Thompson, and I represent SpaceX in this matter. Over the next few days, you're going to hear a lot of complicated testimony about rockets and engineering and corporate policies. But this case is actually very simple." He paused, letting his words settle. David Torres was an employee at SpaceX for 7 years. During most of that time, he did good work. We don't dispute that. But in his final year, his performance declined. He became difficult to work with. He questioned decisions made by senior engineers who had more experience. He slowed down production timelines by insisting on unnecessary extra checks. Marcus walked along the jury box, hands clasped behind his back. His supervisors tried to help him. They gave him feedback. They offered support, but Mr. Torres didn't improve. In fact, he got worse. He filed a complaint about heat shield tiles, claiming they were unsafe. SpaceX took that complaint very seriously. Our safety team investigated thoroughly. They found that Mr. Torres' concerns were unfounded. The tiles met all safety specifications. Marcus's voice grew firmer. But instead of accepting that expert analysis, Mr. Torres became even more difficult. He argued with his supervisors. He refused to approve components that were perfectly safe. He created tension in his work group. Finally, SpaceX had no choice but to terminate his employment. That's not retaliation. That's a company making a hard but necessary decision about an employee who wasn't performing his job adequately. Marcus turned to face David directly. Now, Mr. Torres has filed this lawsuit. He claims he was fired for being a whistleblower. But the evidence will show he was fired for poor performance. Period. SpaceX has nothing to hide. We build rockets that take people to space. We take safety more seriously than any company on Earth. The idea that we would fire someone for raising legitimate safety concerns is absurd. He walked back to the center of the courtroom. "Ladies and gentlemen, this case is about a disgruntled employee who couldn't accept responsibility for his own poor performance. So he invented a story about being a whistleblower to blame someone else for his failure. Don't let him profit from that false story. When you hear all the evidence, I'm confident you'll find in favor of SpaceX. Thank you." Marcus returned to his seat. Several jurors looked at David with skeptical expressions. David's stomach churned. Marcus had made him sound terrible, lazy, difficult, a liar. Rebecca stood up. She was much shorter than Marcus and younger. She didn't have his expensive suit or smooth voice, but when she spoke, everyone listened. "Thank you, Your Honor," Rebecca began. She walked toward the jury box, her hands relaxed at her sides. "My name is Rebecca Huang, and I represent David Torres. Mr. Thompson just told you this case is simple. He's right about that. It is simple. An engineer saw something dangerous. He reported it. He got fired. That's illegal." She let the words hang in the air. David Torres loved his job at SpaceX. He believed in the mission. He wanted to help humanity reach Mars. He wasn't a difficult employee. He wasn't a troublemaker. He was a dedicated engineer who took his responsibilities seriously. Rebecca pulled a photograph from her folder and placed it on an easel where everyone could see. It showed the cracked heat shield tile David had found. "This is one of the tiles Mr. Torres inspected. You can see the crack along the edge. It's small, but it's real. These tiles protect spacecraft during re-entry when the ship comes back through Earth's atmosphere at thousands of miles per hour. The temperature outside reaches over 3,000 degrees. If the tiles fail, the ship burns up. Everyone inside dies." The courtroom was completely silent. David Torres saw these cracks and did exactly what any good engineer should do. He documented them carefully. He took photographs. He wrote a detailed technical report. He submitted it through SpaceX's official ethics hotline. He followed every single rule. Rebecca walked along the jury box, making eye contact with each person. 3 days later, he was fired. She paused. SpaceX claims they fired him for poor performance, but here's what the evidence will show. David had excellent performance reviews for 7 years. 7 years of good work. Then suddenly, right after he reported the safety problem, he started getting bad reviews. Reviews that said he was slow, difficult, uncooperative. Reviews that appeared out of nowhere. Rebecca pulled out another document. We have text messages between SpaceX managers. Messages that say things like "Tours is becoming a problem," and "we need to document everything we can use against him." These messages were sent right after David filed his safety complaint. They prove SpaceX was targeting him specifically for raising concerns. She walked back to the center of the courtroom. Mr. Thompson told you SpaceX investigated David's concerns and found them baseless, but you'll hear testimony that David was never shown that investigation. He was never allowed to see the so-called expert analysis that supposedly proved him wrong. He was just told to be quiet and approve the components. Rebecca's voice grew stronger. David Tours had a choice. He could stay quiet, keep his job, and hope nothing bad happened. Or he could speak up, knowing it might cost him everything. He chose to speak up, because David Tours cares more about human lives than keeping his job. She pointed to David. That man right there did the right thing, and SpaceX punished him for it. They fired him. They destroyed his career. They made it impossible for him to find work in the aerospace industry. They took away his dream job, threatened his family's financial security, and tried to ruin his reputation, all because he cared about safety. Rebecca walked back toward her table, then turned for her final words. Ladies and gentlemen, this trial is about more than one engineer. It's about whether companies can destroy people's lives for telling the truth. It's about whether safety matters more than launch schedules. It's about holding powerful people accountable when they break the law. She looked directly at Elon, who was still checking his phone. SpaceX does incredible things. They build amazing rockets. But that doesn't put them above the law. That doesn't give them the right to fire employees who report safety problems. David Tours deserves justice, and you have the power to give it to him. Thank you. Rebecca sat down. David noticed several jurors nodding slightly. Judge Chen made some notes, then looked up. Thank you, counsel. We'll take a 15-minute recess, then begin with the plaintiff's first witness. The gavel struck the bench with a sharp crack. Everyone stood as Judge Chen left the courtroom. Then the room erupted in whispered conversations. David turned to Rebecca. You were amazing. So was Marcus, Rebecca said honestly. He's good at his job. This won't be easy, David. Maria leaned forward through the gap in the barrier. You're doing great, baby. Just tell the truth tomorrow. Tomorrow? David asked. You're our first witness, Rebecca said. Tomorrow morning you take the stand. David's heart dropped into his stomach. He had known this was coming, but suddenly it felt very real. Tomorrow he would have to sit in front of everyone and tell his story. And then Marcus Thompson would try to destroy him. Across the room, Elon was laughing at something one of his lawyers said. He looked completely relaxed, like he didn't have a care in the world. David tried to breathe steadily. One day at a time. That's all he could do. Take it one day at a time. The bailiff called for everyone to return to their seats. Judge Chen came back and the trial continued with procedural matters. David barely heard any of it. His mind was already on tomorrow, on the questions he would face, on the chance to finally tell his story to people who might actually listen. By 5 o'clock, court adjourned for the day. David, Maria, and Rebecca walked out through the crowd of reporters shouting questions. In the parking garage, Maria hugged David tight. Get some rest tonight. Tomorrow's your day. I don't know if I can sleep, David admitted. Try, Maria said. I'll make your favorite dinner. We'll watch a movie with the kids. Normal stuff. You need normal right now." She was right. David needed to remember there was life outside this courtroom, a life worth fighting for. They drove home as the sun set over Austin, painting the sky orange and purple. Tomorrow, David would tell his truth. Tomorrow, the real fight would begin. David barely slept that night. He lay in bed staring at the ceiling, going over his testimony in his mind. Rebecca had prepared him for days, asking him practice questions, teaching him how to stay calm under pressure. "Just tell the truth," she had said. "Don't try to sound smart. Don't use complicated words. Talk like you're explaining things to Sophia. Simple, honest, clear." At 5 in the morning, David gave up on sleep. He got up and made coffee in the quiet kitchen. Through the window, he watched the sun rise over Brownsville, his last sunrise before everything changed. Maria found him there an hour later. She wrapped her arms around him from behind. "Ready?" she asked. "No," David said, "but I'm going anyway." They arrived at the courthouse at 8:30. More reporters than yesterday crowded the steps. More cameras, more shouted questions. Inside the courtroom, David sat at the plaintiff's table and tried to control his shaking hands. He wore his best suit, the same one he'd worn for job interviews at SpaceX 7 years ago, back when his biggest worry was making a good impression. Judge Chen entered at 9 o'clock sharp. "All rise." Everyone stood, then sat. The jury filed in, taking their seats in the box. "Ms. Huang," Judge Chen said, "call your first witness." Rebecca stood. The plaintiff calls David Torres to the stand. David's legs felt like rubber as he stood. He walked to the witness stand, each step echoing in the silent courtroom. The bailiff held out a Bible. "Raise your right hand," the bailiff said. "Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?" David's voice came out steadier than he expected. "I do." He sat down in the witness chair. From here, he could see everyone, the jury to his left, Judge Chen directly ahead, Rebecca at her table, Elon and his lawyers at the defense table, Maria in the gallery, her eyes full of love and worry. Rebecca approached with a gentle smile. "Good morning, Mr. Torres. Can you please state your full name for the record?" "David Raphael Torres," David said. The microphone made his voice sound strange. "Where do you live, Mr. Torres?" "Brownsville, Texas, with my wife Maria and our 2 children, Sophia and Miguel." "How old are your children?" "Sophia is 8, Miguel is 5. Rebecca smiled. "What does Sophia want to be when she grows up?" "Objection," Marcus Thompson said, standing. "Relevance." "I'll allow it," Judge Chen said. "Answer the question, Mr. Torres." David looked at the jury. "Sophia wants to be an astronaut. She has a poster of a SpaceX rocket on her bedroom wall." Several jurors softened visibly. One woman, Mrs. Patterson, smiled. "Let's talk about your education," Rebecca said. "Where did you go to college?" "Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT. I studied aerospace engineering." "That's a difficult school to get into, isn't it?" "Yes, ma'am, very difficult." "And after MIT, what did you do?" "I worked for Boeing in California for 3 years. Then I applied to SpaceX." "Why did you want to work at SpaceX specifically?" David's face lit up despite his nervousness. "SpaceX is trying to make humans a multi-planet species. They're building the rockets that will take people to Mars. I wanted to be part of that. It was my dream job." "When were you hired?" "September 2017, almost exactly 7 years before I was fired." "What was your position?" "Senior Thermal Protection Engineer. I worked on the heat shield systems for Starship." "Can you explain in simple terms what heat shields do?" David nodded. "When a spacecraft comes back to Earth, It enters the atmosphere at very high speed, around 17,000 miles per hour. That creates extreme heat over 3,000 degrees, hot enough to melt metal. The heat shield protects the spacecraft and everyone inside from burning up. So it's an important job. It's a critical job. If the heat shield fails, people die. Rebecca walked to her table and picked up a photograph. Your Honor, I'd like to enter Plaintiff's Exhibit 3 into evidence. Any objection? Judge Chen asked. Marcus stood. No objection. Exhibit 3 is admitted, Judge Chen said. Rebecca placed the photograph on a screen where everyone could see it. It showed David standing in front of a Starship rocket, smiling, wearing his SpaceX uniform. Is this you, Mr. Torres? Yes, that was taken about 2 years ago after a successful test launch. You look happy. I was happy. I loved my job. I loved working at SpaceX. Tell the jury about your work record before September 2024. David took a breath. I received good performance reviews every year. I led several successful projects. My supervisor at the time, Dr. Sarah Kim, wrote that I was one of the most thorough engineers on the team. I got a promotion in 2021, a raise in 2023. I had no disciplinary problems. Rebecca showed the jury several performance reviews, all glowing. Now let's talk about September 2024. What were you working on? We were preparing for the next Starship test flight. I was inspecting heat shield tiles that would be installed on the spacecraft. And what did you find? David's voice became more serious. I found cracks in the tiles. Small cracks, but definitely structural damage. Rebecca showed the photograph of the cracked tile on the big screen. Can you point out what you saw? David stood and used a laser pointer. Here, along this edge, you can see the crack running about 15 millimeters, and here near the corner another fracture. Are cracks like this normal? No, the tiles should be perfect. Any structural weakness can become catastrophic during re-entry. What did you do when you found these cracks? I checked more tiles from the same batch. I found cracks in 3 out of 5 tiles I inspected. That's a 60% defect rate. What did you do next? I showed them to my supervisor, Kent Morrison. I told him we needed to check the whole batch and investigate the manufacturing process. What did Mr. Morrison say? David's jaw tightened. He said I was overthinking it. He called them surface irregularities, not real cracks. He told me to approve the tiles anyway because we were behind schedule. Did you approve them? No, I couldn't. Those tiles weren't safe. What happened then? Kent got angry. He said I was being dramatic. He said progress requires taking risks. He told me Elon Musk wanted the Starship ready in 6 weeks and we couldn't afford delays. Did he mention Elon Musk by name? Yes, he said Elon was pushing everyone to move faster. Marcus Thompson stood. Objection, hearsay. Overruled, Judge Chen said. The witness is testifying about what was said to him directly. Continue, Mr. Torres. David nodded. Kent approved the tiles himself without my signature. Then he walked away. What did you do? I went home that night and couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the astronauts who would fly in that spacecraft. I kept thinking about my daughter Sophia, who dreams of going to space someday. What if those tiles failed? What if people died because I stayed quiet? David's voice cracked slightly. Several jurors leaned forward. So what did you decide to do? I talked to my wife. She told me to do the right thing, even if it was hard. So I spent the next day documenting everything. I took photographs of every cracked tile I could find. I measured the fractures. I wrote a detailed technical report explaining why these cracks were dangerous. How long was your report? 12 pages, very detailed. I included scientific data, photographs, and my professional recommendation that the entire batch be rejected and the manufacturing process reviewed. What did you do with this report? I submitted it through SpaceX's ethics hotline. That's the official channel for reporting safety concerns. I followed every rule. Rebecca showed the jury a copy of David's report. It looked professional and thorough. That was September 24th, 2024. Yes. What happened next? David took a drink of water. His hands shook slightly. For 2 weeks, nothing. I went to work every day. Kent avoided talking to me. The atmosphere in our work group became very cold. People who used to be friendly stopped eating lunch with me. Then what? On October 8th, I got an email from Human Resources. Patricia Valdez wanted to meet with me the next morning. Did you go to that meeting? Yes. Who was there? Patricia Valdez from HR and Kent Morrison. What happened in that meeting? David's voice grew stronger, more certain. They told me I had performance problems. They said I was slow to approve components and difficult to work with. They said I questioned senior engineers too much. Were these things true? No, I was doing my job the way I'd always done it. The only difference was that I'd reported the cracked tiles. Did they mention your safety report? Yes. Patricia said it had been reviewed by their engineering safety team. She said my concerns were unfounded and the tiles met all safety specifications. Did she show you this review? No. I asked to see it, but she said it was an internal document that wasn't available to individual engineers. How did that make you feel? Angry and scared. I knew what was happening. They were building a case to fire me. Rebecca pulled out a document. Your Honor, Plaintiff's Exhibit 7, a performance improvement plan given to Mr. Torres on October 9th. Admitted, Judge Chen said. Rebecca showed it to the jury. Is this the document they gave you? Yes. It said I had 30 days to improve my performance or I'd be terminated. What did it say you needed to improve? David read from the document. Demonstrate greater urgency. Improve team collaboration. Accept feedback more readily. Nothing specific. Nothing I could actually fix. What happened at the end of 30 days? David's voice went flat. I didn't make it 30 days. 3 days after that meeting on October 12th, I received a termination letter. I was fired. Just like that. Just like that. 7 years of good work gone. My dream job gone. Everything I'd worked for destroyed. The courtroom was completely silent. David wiped his eyes quickly. Rebecca gave him a moment, then asked, Mr. Torres, do you believe you were fired for reporting safety concerns? I know I was, David said firmly. The timing proves it. Excellent reviews for 7 years, then suddenly bad reviews right after I report a problem. Then fired 3 days later. It's obvious. What impact has this had on your family? David's voice broke. I couldn't find another job. Nobody in aerospace would hire me. SpaceX's reputation is everything in this industry. We went through our savings. Maria had to work double shifts at the hospital. We almost lost our house. Sophia came home from school crying because kids said I was a liar. Miguel had nightmares. My wife was exhausted. I felt like I'd destroyed my family's life. Tears rolled down his face now. He didn't wipe them away. But you know what the worst part was? I still believed I did the right thing. Even when everything was falling apart, I knew those tiles were dangerous. I knew someone needed to speak up. I just wish it hadn't cost my family so much." Rebecca let his words sit with the jury. Several jurors were crying too. "No further questions, Your Honor," Rebecca said softly. Judge Chen looked at Marcus Thompson. "Your witness, counsel." Marcus stood slowly. He buttoned his suit jacket and walked toward David with a predatory smile. "Mr. Torres," he began, his voice dripping with false sympathy, "that was quite a performance." David's hands gripped the arms of the witness chair. Marcus Thompson stood before him with that same confident smile, like a cat about to play with a mouse. "I'm just telling the truth," David said quietly. "The truth," Marcus repeated, as if tasting the word. "Let's talk about truth, Mr. Torres. You said you loved working at SpaceX, correct?" "Yes." "It was your dream job." "Yes." "And yet, you're now suing them for over $20 million. David felt the trap closing. "I'm suing because they broke the law. They fired me for reporting safety problems." Marcus raised his eyebrows. "Or perhaps you see an opportunity to become very wealthy by claiming you were wronged." "Objection," Rebecca called out, argumentative. "Sustained," Judge Chen said. "Rephrase, Mr. Thompson." Marcus nodded pleasantly. "Mr. Torres, if you win this case, you stand to gain millions of dollars, correct? My lawyer works on contingency. If we win, yes, I would receive compensation. Quite a lot of money for someone who's been unemployed for months." David's jaw tightened. "I didn't ask to be unemployed. SpaceX fired me." "We'll get to that," Marcus said smoothly. He walked to the defense table and picked up a folder. "Let's talk about your performance at SpaceX. You claim you had excellent reviews for 7 years, yes?" "Yes." "But you weren't perfect, were you?" "Nobody's perfect." Marcus pulled out a document. "This is a note from your supervisor in 2022, Dr. Sarah Kim. She wrote that you sometimes miss deadlines. Do you remember that?" David frowned. "I remember one project where we had equipment delays. That wasn't my fault." "But you missed the deadline." "The whole team missed that deadline because the equipment arrived late." "But you specifically were mentioned in this note." David hesitated. "Yes, but—" "Just yes or no, please," Marcus interrupted. "You were mentioned for missing a deadline." "Yes." Marcus showed another document to the jury. "And here's another note from 2023. It says you had a disagreement with a colleague about testing procedures. You argued that your way was better. Does that sound familiar?" "I suggested a more thorough testing method," David said. "That's not the same as having a bad attitude." "But you did disagree with your colleague." "Engineers discuss different approaches all the time. That's normal." "So you admit you sometimes questioned other engineers' decisions." David saw where this was going. "I questioned decisions when I thought safety was at risk. That's my job." "Or perhaps," Marcus said, his voice growing sharper, "you had a pattern of being difficult to work with, of thinking you knew better than everyone else, of slowing things down with your constant concerns." "That's not true," David said firmly. Marcus walked closer to the witness stand. "Mr. Torres, how many times over your 7 years at SpaceX did you file formal safety complaints?" David thought. "Just the one time, the heat shield tiles." "Just once in 7 years." "Yes." "So for 7 years, you found no safety problems worth reporting formally. Then suddenly, in September 2024, you found a critical safety issue. Why then? Why not before?" "Because that's when I found the cracked tiles." "Or," Marcus suggested, "because that's when you received negative feedback about your performance and decided to create a defense mechanism." "No," David said, That's not what happened. Marcus pulled out more papers. Let's look at the timeline. On September 20th, your supervisor Kent Morrison had a conversation with you about your decreasing productivity. Do you remember that? David's mind raced. He mentioned I was taking too long on inspections. Because you were being too slow, correct? Because I was being thorough. 4 days later, you filed your safety complaint. Convenient timing, wouldn't you say? I filed it because I found dangerous defects, David said, his voice rising. The timing had nothing to do with Kent's comments. Really? So it's just coincidence that right after receiving criticism, you suddenly found a major safety problem that you felt compelled to report. Rebecca stood. Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is badgering the witness. Overruled, Judge Chen said. But move along, Mr. Thompson. Marcus smiled. Let's talk about these tiles you found so concerning. You inspected 5 tiles and found cracks in 3 of them, correct? Yes. And you concluded this meant 60% of the entire batch was defective. It suggested a manufacturing problem that needed investigation. But you didn't inspect the entire batch, did you? I didn't have time before. Yes or no, Mr. Torres? Did you inspect all the tiles in that batch? No. How many tiles were in the batch? David hesitated. About 200. 200 tiles, and you inspected 5. That's 2.5%. Does that seem like a thorough investigation to you? I found a pattern in the sample I checked. That's how quality control works. You sample components in. So you assumed the entire batch was bad based on a tiny sample. I recommended further investigation, David said. That's different from assuming. Marcus pulled up an image on the screen. It showed a heat shield tile with no visible cracks. This is a tile from that same batch. No cracks, perfectly fine. In fact, SpaceX's quality control team inspected 50 tiles randomly selected from that batch. They found 0 defects. 0, Mr. Torres. How do you explain that? David stared at the image. I don't know which tile that is. I can only speak to the ones I personally examined. Or perhaps you were mistaken about what you saw. Perhaps what you thought were cracks were actually normal surface variations that any experienced engineer would recognize. They were cracks, David said firmly. I've inspected thousands of these tiles. I know the difference. Do you? Marcus asked. Because 3 other senior engineers on your team looked at the same tiles and found no problems. Are you suggesting they're all wrong and you're the only one who's right? I'm suggesting they were pressured to approve them to meet the launch schedule. Pressured by whom? By Kent Morrison, by management, by the culture at SpaceX that puts speed ahead of safety. Marcus's eyes narrowed. That's a serious accusation. Do you have proof of this culture? I have my own experience. Your own interpretation of events, you mean? Mr. Torres, isn't it possible that you simply overreacted? That you saw normal manufacturing variations and convinced yourself they were critical defects because you were already feeling defensive about your performance? No, David said. Those were real cracks, dangerous cracks. Marcus walked to his table and picked up another document. Let's talk about your meeting with HR. You recorded that conversation, didn't you? David's heart skipped. Yes. Without telling the other people in the room that you were recording them. Texas is a one-party consent state. I was legally allowed to record. But you didn't tell them. You secretly recorded your supervisor and HR director. Does that seem like the behavior of someone who's being honest and straightforward? I recorded it to protect myself, David said. I suspected they were building a case against me. Or you were building a case against them, planning a lawsuit even before you were fired. No, I just wanted documentation of what was said. Marcus played the audio recording for the courtroom. Patricia Valdez's voice came through the speakers. David, we've received some concerns about your recent work performance. Then Kent Morrison, you've been slow to approve components. You've questioned decisions made by senior engineers. When it finished, Marcus turned to David. They sound reasonable to me. They're discussing legitimate performance concerns. Where's the conspiracy you're claiming? Listen to what they're not saying, David replied. They never mention specific examples. They never give me concrete things to improve. It's all vague accusations designed to justify firing me. Or it's managers doing their job, trying to help an underperforming employee improve. I wasn't underperforming. Marcus pulled out yet another document. This is a performance improvement plan that SpaceX drafted for you. 30 days to improve, but you were fired before those 30 days were up. Why do you think that is? Because they decided to fire me regardless. The improvement plan was just theater. Or perhaps you did something in those 3 days that justified immediate termination. Did you have any conflicts with coworkers during that time? David thought back. I had a disagreement with another engineer about a different component. A disagreement, can you describe it? He wanted to use a cheaper material for a seal. I thought we should use the specified material. We discussed it. Discussed or argued. We had different opinions. Did you raise your voice? Maybe slightly. We were both passionate about doing things right. Marcus raised his eyebrows. So during your 30-day improvement period, when you were supposed to be demonstrating better teamwork, you got into an argument with a colleague. You see how that looks, don't you? David felt trapped. It wasn't like that. Let's move on, Marcus said. You mentioned your daughter Sophia. She wants to be an astronaut. Yes, David didn't like where this was going. That must be stressful for you, knowing your daughter dreams of flying in spacecraft like the ones you claim are unsafe. Objection, Rebecca said sharply. Relevance. I'm establishing the witness's state of mind, Your Honor. I'll allow it, but get to the point, Judge Chen said. Marcus continued. Mr. Torres, is it possible that your fears about your daughter's safety influenced how you interpreted what you saw? That you projected your anxieties onto perfectly normal components? No, David said firmly. My daughter has nothing to do with this. I saw real defects. I reported them. I was fired. That's the truth. The truth according to you, Marcus said. But 4 engineers disagreed with your assessment. An entire safety review team found your concerns unfounded. Your supervisors felt you were underperforming. Maybe, Mr. Torres, the truth is simpler than you want to admit. Maybe you were just wrong. I wasn't wrong, David said, his voice strong despite his exhaustion. Marcus stared at him for a long moment. Then he smiled slightly. No further questions, Your Honor. David felt like he'd been through a battle. His shirt stuck to his back with sweat. His hands ached from gripping the chair. Redirect, Ms. Huang, Judge Chen asked. Rebecca stood. Yes, Your Honor, briefly. She approached David with a kind expression. Mr. Torres, Mr. Thompson suggested you filed your safety complaint as a defense mechanism after receiving criticism. Is that true? No, I filed it because I found dangerous defects. The criticism from Kent Morrison came 4 days before you filed your report. But when did you first discover the cracked tiles? 5 days before the criticism. I discovered them on September 15th. So you found the defects before Kent criticized your performance? Yes, I spent several days documenting everything carefully before filing the report. That's why there was a gap. Rebecca nodded, and Mr. Thompson suggested you were planning a lawsuit before being fired. Is that true? No, I recorded the HR meeting to have a record of what was said. I never imagined I'd actually need it in court. I hoped SpaceX would do the right thing. One final question. Knowing what you know now, knowing the cost to your family, would you still report those defective tiles? David didn't hesitate. Yes, because if I hadn't and something bad happened, I couldn't live with myself. Some things are more important than keeping your job. Thank you, no further questions. Judge Chen looked at her clock. It's almost 5 o'clock. We'll adjourn for today and resume tomorrow morning at 9. Mr. Torres, you're excused from the stand. The jury is reminded not to discuss this case with anyone. The gavel struck. David walked back to the plaintiff's table on shaky legs. Rebecca squeezed his shoulder. You did great, she whispered. Really great. But David wasn't sure. Marcus had made him look suspicious, defensive, maybe even paranoid. Had the jury believed him? Or had they believed the smooth, confident lawyer who suggested David was just a disgruntled employee looking for a payday? Maria was waiting outside the courtroom. She hugged him tight. You were perfect, she said. So brave, so honest. I feel like I got torn apart, David admitted. That's his job, Maria said. But you told the truth. That's all you can do. They walked to the parking garage together, exhausted. Tomorrow would bring more witnesses, more testimony, more battles. But tonight, David just wanted to go home and hug his children. Tomorrow, the real experts would testify. Tomorrow, they would hear from the people who could prove David was right. Tomorrow couldn't come soon enough. The next morning, David sat at the plaintiff's table watching the courtroom fill with people. His testimony was over, but the trial was far from finished. Today, the experts would speak. Rebecca wore a burgundy suit today. She looked confident and ready. She had 3 expert witnesses prepared, each one carefully chosen to prove different parts of their case. Judge Chen entered at exactly 9 o'clock. All rise. Everyone stood, then sat. The jury looked alert and curious. David wondered what they were thinking. Did they believe him after yesterday's brutal cross-examination? Ms. Huang, call your next witness, Judge Chen said. Rebecca stood. The plaintiff calls Dr. James Washington. An elderly black man walked to the witness stand. He was tall and dignified, with white hair and kind eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. He wore a dark suit with a NASA pin on his lapel. After being sworn in, Dr. Washington settled into the chair with the ease of someone who had testified many times before. Good morning, Dr. Washington, Rebecca began. Can you tell the jury about your background? Dr. Washington's voice was deep and warm. I'm an aerospace engineer. I worked at NASA for 37 years, retiring in 2020. I specialized in thermal protection systems, heat shields for spacecraft. What projects did you work on? I worked on the Space Shuttle program from 1988 through 2011. I was part of the team that investigated the Columbia disaster in 2003. The courtroom grew very quiet. Everyone knew about Columbia, the space shuttle that broke apart during re-entry, killing all 7 astronauts aboard. Can you briefly explain what happened to Columbia? Rebecca asked. Dr. Washington's expression grew sad. During launch, a piece of foam insulation broke off from the external fuel tank. It hit Columbia's left wing and damaged the heat shield. We didn't realize how serious the damage was. When Columbia re-entered Earth's atmosphere 16 days later, hot gases penetrated the wing through that damaged area. The spacecraft broke apart over Texas. All 7 crew members died. What did you learn from that tragedy? That small defects in heat shields can be catastrophic, that we must never ignore warning signs, no matter how minor they seem. That safety must always come first. Rebecca showed Dr. Washington the photographs David had taken of the cracked tiles. Have you examined these images? Yes, I spent several hours analyzing them. What's your professional opinion of these cracks? Dr. Washington leaned forward, speaking directly to the jury. These are concerning. The cracks appear to be structural, not just surface blemishes. During re-entry, these tiles experience extreme thermal stress. A crack like this could expand rapidly under heat and pressure. If a tile fails, hot plasma can penetrate the spacecraft's interior. The results would be catastrophic. Are you saying these tiles are dangerous? I'm saying they require immediate investigation and very likely rejection. I would never approve tiles with this type of damage for flight. In your professional opinion, was Mr. Torres right to report these defects? Absolutely. He did exactly what any responsible engineer should do. He identified a problem, documented it carefully, and reported it through proper channels. That's not troublemaking. That's professionalism. Rebecca nodded. No further questions. Marcus Thompson stood for cross-examination. He looked less confident facing Dr. Washington than he had with David. Dr. Washington, you retired from NASA 4 years ago, correct? That's correct. So you're not currently working in the field. I consult on aerospace safety matters. I stay current with the latest research and technology. But SpaceX's Starship uses different technology than the space shuttle, doesn't it? Different specific materials, yes, but the physics are the same. Heat shields work the same way whether on a shuttle or Starship. You've never worked directly with Starship's heat shield tiles, have you? No, but I've reviewed their specifications and testing data. Marcus pulled up an image on the screen. This is a SpaceX document showing that these tiles undergo rigorous testing, including thermal stress tests that simulate re-entry conditions. Are you aware of that? I am. And despite the small cracks Mr. Torres found, these tiles passed all those tests. Doesn't that suggest the cracks aren't actually dangerous? Dr. Washington shook his head. Testing is important, but it doesn't always catch everything. Columbia's foam strikes happened during multiple missions before the fatal one. Engineers saw them and deemed them acceptable because nothing bad had happened yet, until it did. So you're saying we should ground every spacecraft with any minor imperfection? I'm saying we should investigate and understand defects before approving components for human spaceflight. That's basic engineering prudence. Marcus tried several more angles, but Dr. Washington remained calm and authoritative. His credentials were impeccable. His experience was undeniable. When he finished testifying, several jurors were nodding thoughtfully. Rebecca called her next witness. The plaintiff calls Patricia Valdez. The courtroom stirred with interest. Patricia Valdez was SpaceX's HR director, a defense witness being called by the plaintiff. This was unusual. Patricia walked to the stand looking uncomfortable. She wore a conservative gray suit and barely made eye contact with anyone. After being sworn in, Rebecca began her questioning. Ms. Valdez, you're the Human Resources Director at SpaceX, correct? Yes. How long have you held that position? 6 years. You were present at the meeting with David Torres on October 9th, 2024. Yes. At that meeting, you told Mr. Torres that his safety complaint had been investigated and found baseless. Do you remember that? Yes. Who conducted that investigation? Patricia hesitated. our engineering safety team. Can you name the specific people on that team? I don't recall the exact names. Rebecca pulled out a document. I have the results of our discovery request. SpaceX provided no documentation of any formal safety investigation into Mr. Tor's complaint. Why is that? Patricia shifted in her seat. I'd have to check our records. You testified under oath in your deposition that you personally reviewed the investigation report. But now you can't name who conducted it, and no documentation exists. Did this investigation actually happen, Ms. Valdez? I believe it did. You believe or you know? Patricia's face reddened. It was months ago. I don't remember every detail. Rebecca showed text messages on the screen. Messages between Patricia and Kent Morrison. Can you read this text message you sent to Kent Morrison on October 7th, 2 days before your meeting with Mr. Torres? Patricia read reluctantly. It says, "We need to document everything we can use against Torres. Can't let him slow down the launch schedule." That's your message, correct? Yes. Why did you need to document things to use against Mr. Torres? We were concerned about his performance. But this was written before your meeting with him, before you supposedly gave him 30 days to improve. You were already planning to use documentation against him. Why? We wanted to be thorough. Or were you building a case to justify firing him because he reported safety problems? No, that's not. Yes or no, Ms. Valdez? Were you building a case against David Torres? Patricia's voice was barely a whisper. We were documenting performance issues. Performance issues that appeared only after he filed his safety complaint. Objection, Marcus called. Asked and answered. Sustained, Judge Chen said, but the damage was done. The jury had seen the text messages. They'd heard Patricia's uncomfortable evasions. Rebecca continued, Ms. Valdez, in your 6 years as HR director, how many engineers have been fired for raising safety concerns? I don't have that number. More than one. I don't know. Would it surprise you to learn that 8 former SpaceX engineers have contacted us with similar stories? Raising safety concerns, then being pressured to stay quiet, then being forced out. Objection, Marcus stood quickly. Hearsay and speculation. Sustained, Judge Chen said. The jury will disregard that statement. But the jury couldn't unhear it. David saw several jurors exchanging meaningful glances. Rebecca finished with Patricia, having exposed the inconsistencies in her testimony. When Patricia left the stand, she looked relieved to escape. The plaintiff calls Dr. Elena Rodriguez, Rebecca announced. A woman in her 40s approached the stand. She had dark hair pulled into a professional bun and wore a simple blue dress. She radiated competence. After being sworn in, Dr. Rodriguez explained her credentials. I'm an industrial psychologist specializing in workplace retaliation cases. I have a PhD from Stanford and have consulted on over 200 employment lawsuits. Dr. Rodriguez, have you reviewed the evidence in this case? Yes, all the performance reviews, text messages, emails, and timeline of events. In your expert opinion, was David Torres retaliated against for filing his safety complaint? Absolutely. The pattern is textbook retaliation. An employee with 7 years of excellent reviews suddenly gets negative feedback immediately after reporting a concern. 3 days later, he's terminated. The documentation trail shows clear planning to build a justification for termination. This is exactly what retaliation looks like. Could there be other explanations? In theory, yes. But when you look at the totality of circumstances, The timing, the text messages discussing building a case, the lack of specific performance issues, the suspicious absence of investigation documentation. The evidence overwhelmingly points to retaliation. Marcus Thompson's cross-examination was aggressive. Dr. Rodriguez, you've never worked at SpaceX, correct? Correct. You've never witnessed Mr. Torres at work? No, but I've reviewed extensive documentation of his work history. Documentation provided by his lawyer. You're being paid to support the plaintiff's case, aren't you? I'm being paid for my time and expertise. My opinions are based on evidence, not who's paying me. How much are you being paid? $300 per hour. Marcus raised his eyebrows for the jury's benefit. Quite a lot of money. Might that influence your opinions? No, I've testified for both plaintiffs and defendants over my career. I go where the evidence leads. But in this case, the evidence was selected and presented by plaintiff's counsel. You haven't spoken to any SpaceX employees who worked with Mr. Torres, have you? SpaceX declined to make anyone available for interviews. So your opinion is based on an incomplete picture. It's based on the documentary evidence, which is quite extensive and speaks for itself. Marcus tried to undermine her credibility, but Dr. Rodriguez remained professional and confident. Her analysis of the retaliation pattern was damning. After lunch, SpaceX presented their witnesses. Marcus called 3 SpaceX engineers who testified that the tiles David found were perfectly safe. They used technical jargon and showed test results. They were polished and rehearsed. But during cross-examination, Rebecca exposed problems. Did you personally examine the specific tiles that Mr. Torres flagged? She asked the first engineer. No, but I reviewed the specifications. Did you personally examine those specific tiles? Yes or no? No. She asked the same question of all 3 engineers. None had actually looked at the tiles David found. They'd only reviewed paperwork. The final witness was Kent Morrison, David's former supervisor. Kent looked nervous as he took the stand. Mr. Morrison, Marcus began, how would you describe David Torres' performance in his final year at SpaceX? It declined significantly. He became slow, argumentative, resistant to feedback. Can you give specific examples? He took too long on inspections. He questioned senior engineers' decisions. He created delays in our production timeline. Did you try to help him improve? Yes, I spoke with him multiple times. I tried to mentor him, but he wouldn't accept coaching. Marcus made it sound reasonable, but Rebecca's cross-examination told a different story. Mr. Morrison, before September 2024, did Mr. Torres ever receive a negative performance review under your supervision? Kent hesitated. No. 7 years of good reviews, then suddenly bad reviews in September. What changed? His performance changed. Rebecca showed the text messages. You texted Patricia Valdez saying Torres is becoming a problem. That was sent the day after he filed his safety complaint. What problem were you referring to? His performance issues, or the fact that he reported defective tiles, and you were worried it would delay the launch? No, it was about his attitude. You wrote, can't let him slow down the launch schedule. That sounds like you were more concerned about schedule than safety. Kent's face reddened. That's taken out of context. What's the correct context? We had deadlines to meet. Mr. Torres was creating unnecessary delays. By reporting defective components. By overreacting to normal manufacturing variations. Rebecca pulled up David's photographs. Do these look like normal variations to you, Mr. Morrison? Kent barely glanced at them. I'm not a heat shield specialist. But you overruled Mr. Tor's concerns despite not being a specialist. You approved those tiles yourself after he refused. I consulted with other engineers who assured me they were fine. Which engineers? Kent named 2 people. Rebecca made a note. Those 2 engineers both received bonuses that quarter for meeting production targets, didn't they? I don't know. SpaceX's records show they did. Significant bonuses tied directly to meeting launch schedules. Might that have influenced their willingness to approve questionable components? Objection speculation, Marcus called. Withdrawn, Rebecca said. She'd made her point. By the time Kent left the stand, he looked shaken. His testimony had hurt SpaceX more than helped them. Judge Chen looked at the clock. It was almost 5. We'll adjourn for the day, she announced. Tomorrow we'll hear closing arguments. Please return at 9 o'clock sharp. The gavel fell. David turned to Rebecca. How are we doing? Rebecca allowed herself a small smile. Good, really good. Dr. Washington was perfect. Patricia's testimony helped us more than them. Kent looked terrible up there. So we might actually win this. Don't count your chickens yet, Rebecca cautioned. But yes, we have a strong case, a very strong case. That night David couldn't sleep again. But this time it wasn't from fear, it was from hope. Maybe, just maybe, justice was possible after all. David arrived at the courthouse early. The sun was just rising over Austin, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Today would be critical. Today, Elon Musk himself would testify. The courtroom filled quickly. More reporters than ever crowded into the gallery. Word had spread that Elon would take the stand, and everyone wanted to witness it. At 8:55, Elon walked in surrounded by his legal team. He wore an expensive charcoal suit with no tie. His hair was styled carefully. He looked calm and confident, like a man who had never lost anything in his life. Judge Chen entered at exactly 9 o'clock. All rise. After everyone sat, Judge Chen looked at the defense table. Mr. Thompson, call your next witness. Marcus stood. Your Honor, the defense calls Elon Musk. The courtroom buzzed with energy. Elon walked to the witness stand with easy confidence. He raised his right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? The bailiff asked. I do, Elon said. His voice was clear and strong. He sat down in the witness chair and looked directly at the jury with a slight smile. Several jurors sat up straighter, clearly starstruck. Marcus began with friendly questions designed to make Elon look good. Mr. Musk, can you tell the jury about SpaceX's mission? Elon's face lit up with genuine passion. SpaceX exists to make humanity a multi-planet species. We're building the technology to establish a permanent human presence on Mars. This is essential for the long-term survival of human consciousness. He spoke eloquently about rockets, about Mars, about the future. Some jurors looked fascinated. David felt his stomach tighten. Elon was charismatic. People wanted to believe in him. Tell us about SpaceX's safety record, Marcus said. We have an excellent safety record. We've completed dozens of successful missions. We've sent astronauts to the International Space Station and brought them home safely. Safety is our top priority always. How many employees does SpaceX have? About 120,000 people worldwide. And do you personally know every employee? Of course not. That would be impossible. Before this lawsuit, had you ever heard of David Tors? No, I trust my management team to handle personnel matters. I focus on engineering challenges and strategic vision. Did you personally have anything to do with Mr. Tor's termination? No, I wasn't involved in that decision at all. Marcus showed several documents to the jury. SpaceX has comprehensive safety protocols, correct? Yes, multiple layers of review and testing. We take safety extremely seriously. Have you ever knowingly approved unsafe components to meet a deadline? Absolutely not. I would never risk human lives for a schedule. Never. Elon looked sincere. He sounded sincere. David wondered if the jury believed him. Marcus continued for 30 minutes, letting Elon talk about his vision, his companies, his commitment to safety. It was more like a friendly interview than courtroom testimony. Finally, Marcus finished. "No further questions, Your Honor." "Ms. Huang, your witness," Judge Chen said. Rebecca stood slowly. She gathered her papers and walked toward Elon. She looked tiny compared to him, but her eyes were sharp and focused. "Good morning, Mr. Musk," she began. "Morning," Elon replied with a casual smile. "You testified that you have 120,000 employees and can't know everyone. That's understandable. But you do receive briefings about important issues, correct?" "Yes, of course." "Important issues would include safety complaints, wouldn't they?" "Potentially, depending on the severity." Rebecca pulled up an email on the screen. "This is an email from Patricia Valdez to your executive assistant on September 26, 2024. The subject line reads, 'Heat shield concern requires your attention.' Do you see that?" Elon leaned forward slightly. "Yes." "Your assistant forwarded this to you 2 hours later. Do you remember receiving it?" "I receive hundreds of emails per day. I don't remember every single one." "This email specifically mentions Mr. Torres by name. It says he's filed a safety complaint about Starship heat shield tiles and is refusing to approve them. Does that ring any bells?" Elon's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. "Vaguely, maybe." "You replied to this email, Mr. Musk. Would you like to read your response to the jury?" Elon looked at the screen. His response was visible. "Can we work around this guy? Launch timeline is critical." The courtroom went silent. "You wrote work around this guy," Rebecca repeated. "You were referring to David Torres." "I was referring to the delay," Elon said. "Not the person specifically. But the delay was caused by Mr. Torres refusing to approve tiles he believed were unsafe. So you wanted to work around an engineer who was raising safety concerns. I wanted to know if there were alternative solutions. That's different from wanting to ignore safety. But you never asked to see Mr. Torres' report, did you?" "I trusted my engineering team to handle it." Rebecca pulled up another email. 3 days later, you received a follow-up email from Kent Morrison. It described Mr. Torres' safety concerns in detail and included his photographs of the cracked tiles. Do you remember this email? Elon studied the screen. "I may have seen it." "You replied to this one too. Your response was, 'These look fine to me. Trust your judgment and move forward,' correct?" "That sounds right." "So you looked at photographs of cracked tiles and said they looked fine." "Based on my experience, they appeared to be normal manufacturing variations." "You're not a heat shield specialist, are you, Mr. Musk?" "No, but I have extensive engineering experience across multiple fields. More experience than Dr. James Washington, who worked at NASA for 37 years and testified that those cracks were concerning." "Objection argumentative," Marcus called out. "Sustained," Judge Chen said. Rebecca moved on. "Mr. Musk, you said safety is always your top priority, but in these emails you seem more concerned about the launch timeline than investigating a safety complaint. Why is that?" "I believe the complaint had been investigated and found to be without merit. I was focused on keeping the program moving forward." "Who investigated it?" "My understanding is that our safety team reviewed it." Do you know who specifically conducted this review? No. Did you ever see a written report of this investigation? I don't recall. So you told your team to move forward without personally verifying that a thorough investigation had been done. Elon shifted in his seat. I have to delegate. I can't personally verify every single process. Rebecca pulled up another document. This is an internal memo you sent to all SpaceX department heads on August 15, 2024, 1 month before Mr. Torres filed his complaint. Would you read the highlighted section to the jury? Elon read aloud. We need to move faster. Every delay costs us time and competitive advantage. I expect all departments to find ways to accelerate timelines. We should be comfortable taking calculated risks. That's how we win. Comfortable taking calculated risks, Rebecca repeated. What did you mean by that? I meant we shouldn't let perfectionism paralyze us. Progress requires accepting some level of risk. Did that message create pressure on engineers to cut corners? No, I was encouraging innovation, not recklessness. But when an engineer like David Torres raised concerns about those risks, he was fired. Doesn't that send a message that raising concerns isn't welcome? He wasn't fired for raising concerns. He was fired for performance issues. Rebecca showed the timeline on the screen. 7 years of excellent reviews. Then, within days of filing his safety complaint, negative reviews appear. 3 days later, he's terminated. You don't find that timing suspicious? Correlation isn't causation. His performance had been declining. The timing was coincidental. Really? Let me show you another email. Rebecca displayed a message from Kent Morrison to Patricia Valdez. Kent writes, Elon is pushing hard for the next launch. Torres is becoming a problem. What are our options? Patricia responds. We can build a performance case for termination. This was sent the day after Mr. Torres filed his complaint. You're saying this is coincidence. I never saw that email chain. But it mentions you by name. Elon is pushing hard. Your pressure to meet launch deadlines created an environment where engineers who raised concerns were seen as problems to be eliminated. Isn't that true? No, that's an unfair characterization. Let me ask you directly, Mr. Musk. Did you personally approve David Torres' termination? Elon hesitated. I don't recall being directly involved in that specific decision. Rebecca pulled up one more email. This is from Patricia Valdez, sent to you on October 10th. The subject is Torres' termination recommendation. The body says, recommend immediate termination for performance issues and culture fit concerns. Please approve. You replied 2 hours later with one word, approved. Does this refresh your memory? The courtroom erupted. Reporters scribbled frantically. The jury leaned forward. Elon's confident facade cracked. I send hundreds of approvals per week. Sometimes I approve things quickly without full context. Without full context, Mr. Musk, this was a decision to fire a human being, to end someone's career, to destroy their livelihood, and you approved it quickly without full context. I trusted that HR had done their due diligence. You trusted HR, but you didn't trust David Torres, a 7-year veteran engineer with an MIT degree and an excellent track record, when he reported safety concerns. That's not a fair comparison. Why not? You approved firing him based on a brief email from HR, but you dismissed his detailed 12-page safety report with photographs and technical analysis. Why was HR more trustworthy than your own engineer? Elon's voice rose slightly. Because I receive safety complaints periodically, and most turn out to be overly cautious interpretations. You can't stop everything to investigate every single concern, or nothing would ever get done. So you make judgments about which safety concerns to take seriously and which to ignore. I make judgments about risk assessment. That's what leadership requires. And in this case, you judged that meeting your launch timeline was more important than investigating a safety concern. And when the engineer wouldn't back down, you approved his termination. Correct. That's a gross oversimplification. Rebecca walked closer to the witness stand. Mr. Musk, let me ask you something else. You mentioned you have children, correct? Yes, several children. Do any of them dream of going to space someday? Elon's expression softened. Yes, my son X talks about Mars constantly. And when he talks about flying to Mars, do you assume the engineers building those spacecraft will be allowed to raise safety concerns without fear of retaliation? Objection. Marcus was on his feet. Relevance. Your Honor, I'm establishing Mr. Musk's own expectations for safety standards, Rebecca said. I'll allow it, Judge Chen said. Answer the question, Mr. Musk. Elon looked uncomfortable. Of course, I expect engineers to speak up about legitimate safety issues. But David Torres spoke up about what he believed was a legitimate safety issue, and you approved firing him. How do you reconcile that? I made a mistake, Elon said quietly. I approved the termination too quickly. I should have looked more carefully at the circumstances. It was the first crack in his armor, the first admission of error. You made a mistake, Rebecca repeated. A mistake that cost David Torres his career, his reputation, and nearly his family's home. A mistake that sends a message to every other engineer at SpaceX that raising concerns could cost them their jobs. Do you understand the magnitude of that mistake? Elon's face showed genuine discomfort now. Yes, I understand. Do you believe David Torres should have been fired for reporting those heat shield concerns? Elon was silent for a long moment. The courtroom held its breath. No, he finally said. If he was genuinely concerned about safety and followed proper reporting procedures, he should not have been fired. That was wrong. The admission hung in the air like smoke. Several jurors exchanged significant glances. Rebecca walked back to her table. No further questions, Your Honor. Marcus Thompson stood quickly for redirect examination. Mr. Musk, you just said that if Mr. Torres was genuinely concerned and followed procedures, he shouldn't have been fired. But at the time, you were told he had performance problems, correct? Yes. You relied on your HR department's assessment. Yes, I trusted they had done proper due diligence. You weren't trying to punish someone for raising safety concerns. You were relying on information from your management team that turned out to be incomplete. That's correct. If I had known the full context, I would have handled it differently. Marcus tried to repair the damage, but the admission remained. Elon Musk had approved David Torres' termination quickly, without full information, while simultaneously dismissing his safety concerns. When Elon left the witness stand, he looked less confident than when he'd arrived. He returned to the defense table and immediately checked his phone, perhaps seeking comfort in the familiar. David watched him and felt something unexpected. Not anger, but sadness. Elon Musk had built incredible things. He had changed the world, but he'd also destroyed David's life with a careless email approval. Judge Chen looked at both tables. Any further witnesses? No, Your Honor, Marcus said. No, Your Honor, Rebecca agreed. Then we'll hear closing arguments tomorrow morning. Court is adjourned. The gavel fell. David turned to Rebecca. He admitted it. He actually admitted he was wrong. Partially, Rebecca cautioned. He admitted making a mistake, but he also blamed incomplete information from his team. The jury will have to decide who they believe. That night, the news exploded with coverage of Elon's testimony. His admission that David shouldn't have been fired became the headline everywhere. Social media lit up with debate. Some of Elon's supporters defended him, saying he'd been misled by his staff. Others criticized him for carelessly approving a termination without proper review. David sat on his couch with Maria, watching the news coverage. "Whatever happens tomorrow," Maria said, "you've already won something. Elon Musk admitted you were right." The whole world heard it. David nodded, but he needed more than a moral victory. He needed the jury to agree. He needed justice. Tomorrow would be the final day. Tomorrow, 12 ordinary people would decide if a regular engineer could hold the richest man in the world accountable. Tomorrow would determine everything. David sat in the courtroom on what would be the final day of testimony. His stomach was in knots. He'd barely eaten breakfast. Maria sat behind him, her hand resting on his shoulder through the gap in the barrier. The gallery was packed, every seat filled with reporters, spectators, and people who'd followed the trial from the beginning. Even the standing room in the back was crowded. Judge Chen entered at 9 o'clock. "All rise." Everyone stood, then sat. The jury looked tired but alert. They'd heard days of testimony, seen hundreds of documents, and listened to expert witnesses from both sides. Now they would hear the final arguments. "Mr. Thompson," Judge Chen said, "you may present your closing argument for the defense." Marcus Thompson stood and buttoned his suit jacket. He walked to the center of the courtroom and faced the jury with confidence. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, his voice warm and friendly, "thank you for your service this week. You've listened carefully to complex testimony. Now it's time to make a decision based on facts, not emotions." He paused, making eye contact with each juror. "David Torres wants you to believe he's a victim, a heroic whistleblower crushed by a powerful company. That's a compelling story. But is it true? Let's look at the actual facts." Marcus began walking along the jury box. Fact 1. Mr. Torres had performance issues in his final year at SpaceX. Multiple supervisors noted he was slow, resistant to feedback, and difficult to work with. These aren't made-up complaints. They're documented observations from experienced managers. Fact 2. When Mr. Torres raised concerns about heat shield tiles, SpaceX investigated. A team of engineers reviewed his findings and determined the tiles were safe. Mr. Torres disagreed with their expert assessment, but that doesn't make them wrong. Fact 3. Mr. Torres was given 30 days to improve his performance. During those 30 days, he had conflicts with coworkers. He continued to question decisions made by senior engineers. He showed no improvement. Marcus stopped and faced the jury directly. SpaceX didn't want to fire Mr. Torres. They tried to help him. But when an employee won't accept feedback, won't work well with the team, and continues to create problems, a company has to make tough decisions. He walked to the defense table and picked up a folder. Now, Mr. Torres recorded a private meeting without telling anyone. He hired a lawyer and filed this lawsuit. He's asking for over $20 million. Does that sound like someone who cares about safety, or someone who sees an opportunity to get rich? "Objection," Rebecca called out. "Mr. Torres' motives are not at issue here. The question is whether SpaceX violated the law." "Overruled," Judge Chen said. "But tread carefully, Mr. Thompson." Marcus nodded. "Ladies and gentlemen, SpaceX is an incredible company doing incredible things. They've revolutionized space travel. They've made the impossible possible. Yes, Mr. Musk approved a termination quickly. He trusted his HR team. Was that a mistake? Perhaps, but it wasn't illegal. It wasn't retaliation. He walked back to the center of the courtroom. Mr. Torres wants you to punish SpaceX for letting him go. But companies have the right to make personnel decisions. They have the right to set performance standards. They have the right to expect employees to work cooperatively with their teams. Marcus's voice grew stronger. Don't let emotion cloud your judgment. Don't be swayed by sympathy for Mr. Torres or by dislike of successful people like Mr. Musk. Look at the evidence objectively. The evidence shows Mr. Torres was fired for legitimate performance reasons. That's not illegal. That's business. He returned to his seat. Thank you for your time and attention. Several jurors looked thoughtful. David felt his chest tighten. Marcus had been persuasive. Judge Chen turned to Rebecca. Ms. Huang, your closing argument. Rebecca stood slowly. She didn't rush to the center of the courtroom. Instead, she walked quietly to the jury box and stood there for a moment just looking at them. When she spoke, her voice was soft but clear. David Torres loved his job. That's where this story begins. He loved working at SpaceX. He believed in the mission. He wanted to help humanity reach Mars. She paused, and then one day in September he found something wrong. Cracks in tiles that protect spacecraft during re-entry. Small cracks, easy to miss. But David Torres didn't miss them, because David Torres takes his job seriously. Rebecca walked along the jury box, her pace slow and deliberate. So he did what good engineers do. He documented the problem carefully. He took photographs. He wrote a detailed report. He submitted it through the proper channels. He followed every rule. Her voice grew slightly stronger. 3 days later, he was fired. She let those words hang in the air. Mr. Thompson wants you to believe this was about performance, but let's look at the actual timeline. For 7 years, David Torres had excellent performance reviews, promotions, raises, praise from supervisors. Then suddenly, within days of reporting a safety problem, he's labeled as slow, difficult, and resistant. Rebecca walked to the evidence table and picked up a document. These negative performance reviews didn't exist before September 24th when David filed his complaint. They appeared after, and they're vague. Lacks urgency. Struggles with team dynamics. Nothing specific. Nothing David could actually fix. Why? Because they weren't real performance problems. They were excuses. She showed the text messages on the screen. Torres is becoming a problem. We need to document everything we can use against him. Those messages were sent the day after David reported the safety issue. SpaceX's own managers admitted they were building a case against him. Rebecca walked back to face the jury. Mr. Thompson said SpaceX investigated David's concerns, but where's the investigation report? Nobody can produce it. Patricia Valdez couldn't name who conducted it. No documentation exists. Why? Because there was no real investigation. David was told to be quiet and approve the components. Her voice grew passionate. Dr. James Washington, a man who spent 37 years at NASA and investigated the Columbia disaster, looked at David's photographs. He said those cracks were concerning. He said David did exactly what any responsible engineer should do. Are we going to ignore that expert testimony and believe SpaceX's claims that the tiles were fine? Rebecca paused and took a breath, letting her words settle. Now let's talk about Elon Musk. Mr. Musk admitted from this witness stand that he approved David's termination quickly, without full context. He admitted it was a mistake. He admitted that if David was genuinely concerned about safety, he shouldn't have been fired. She looked directly at the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, that admission is everything. The richest man in the world, standing in this courtroom under oath, admitted that firing David Torres was wrong. Rebecca walked slowly back toward her table, then turned for her final words. This case isn't about whether SpaceX is a good company. It is. This isn't about whether Elon Musk is a genius. He is. This is about whether companies, even great companies run by brilliant people, have to follow the law. Her voice grew strong and clear. Texas law protects whistleblowers. It says you cannot fire someone for reporting safety concerns. That law exists for a reason, because without it, engineers stay silent. They approve bad components to keep their jobs. They look the other way when they see problems, and people die. She pointed to David. David Torres didn't stay silent, he spoke up. He did the right thing, and he paid a terrible price. He lost his dream job. He couldn't find work. His family nearly lost their home. His 8-year-old daughter came home from school crying because kids said her father was a liar. Rebecca's voice softened. But through all of that, David never backed down, because he knew those tiles were dangerous. He knew someone had to speak up. He knew that some things matter more than keeping your job. She walked closer to the jury box. Sophia Torres wants to be an astronaut. She has a SpaceX poster in her room. Someday, she might fly in a Starship rocket. And when she does, don't you want her to fly in a spacecraft built by engineers who were allowed to speak up about safety problems? Don't you want her protected by people like her father, who care more about doing what's right than keeping powerful people happy? Several jurors were visibly emotional now. Mr. Thompson asked if David Torres cares about safety or just wants money. Let me answer that. Yes, David is asking for damages, because that's how our legal system works. You can't fix 7 months of unemployment, a destroyed career, and a damaged reputation with an apology. But money isn't why David brought this case. Rebecca's voice grew even softer, forcing everyone to lean in to hear. David brought this case because SpaceX broke the law. They retaliated against a whistleblower. And if we let them get away with it, we're telling every other engineer out there, stay quiet. Don't make waves. Your job isn't worth as much as their schedule. She paused, looking at each juror individually. You have the power to send a different message. You have the power to say that safety matters, that honesty matters, that doing the right thing matters even when it's hard, even when it costs you everything. Rebecca walked back to her table and stood behind David, placing her hands on his shoulders. David Torres is not a perfect person. Nobody is. But he's a good person who did the right thing at great personal cost. SpaceX violated the law when they fired him. The evidence proves it. The timeline proves it. Elon Musk's own testimony proves it. Her voice grew strong one final time. I'm asking you to find in favor of David Torres, not because you feel sorry for him, not because you dislike SpaceX or Elon Musk, but because the law protects whistleblowers and SpaceX violated that law. Thank you. Rebecca sat down. The courtroom was silent for a long moment. David felt tears in his eyes. Rebecca had told his story perfectly. She'd made it clear and simple. She'd given the jury permission to do the right thing. Judge Chen addressed the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you've now heard all the evidence and both closing arguments. It's time for me to give you instructions on the law. She spent 30 minutes explaining the legal standards. The jury listened carefully, some taking notes. You must determine 2 things, Judge Chen said. First, did David Torres engage in protected activity by reporting safety concerns through proper channels? Second, did SpaceX terminate his employment because of that protected activity? If you answer yes to both questions, you must find in favor of Mr. Torres. You'll then determine appropriate damages. If you answer no to either question, you must find in favor of SpaceX. She looked at them seriously. This is an important responsibility. You must base your decision only on the evidence presented in this courtroom, not on outside information or personal feelings about the parties involved. Judge Chen nodded to the bailiff. Please escort the jury to the deliberation room. The 12 jurors stood and filed out through a side door. The door closed behind them with a soft click. We're now in recess pending the jury's verdict, Judge Chen announced. I'll see counsel in my chambers briefly. The gavel fell. David turned to Rebecca. Now what? Now we wait, Rebecca said. Jury deliberations can take hours or days. There's no way to predict. What do you think they'll decide? Rebecca squeezed his hand. I think you told the truth. I think the evidence is on our side. I think we have a very good chance, but juries are unpredictable. All we can do is wait. Maria climbed over the barrier and hugged David tight. You were so brave. I'm so proud of you. I didn't do anything. Rebecca did all the talking. You did everything, Maria said. You stood up. You didn't back down. That's everything. They moved to a small conference room to wait. The minutes crawled by like hours. David checked his phone compulsively, though there was nothing to check. Rebecca tried to keep them distracted with small talk, but nobody could focus. Outside the courthouse, reporters did live broadcasts. Social media exploded with opinions. #Torres vs SpaceX trended on Twitter. Some people predicted David would win. Others predicted SpaceX would prevail. Inside the jury room, 12 ordinary people were deciding David's fate. 1 hour passed, then 2, then 3. Is it bad that they're taking so long? David asked. Not necessarily, Rebecca said. It means they're being thorough. That's actually good. But David couldn't shake his nervousness. Everything he'd fought for came down to 12 strangers in a room. At 2:47 in the afternoon, Rebecca's phone buzzed. She looked at the screen. They have a verdict, she said quietly. David's heart dropped into his stomach. Already. 4 hours is actually pretty quick for a case this complex, Rebecca said. Come on, we need to get back to the courtroom. They walked through the hallway in silence. David's legs felt weak. Maria held his hand tight. The courtroom filled quickly. Reporters rushed to their seats. Spectators who'd been waiting in the hallway pushed inside. Elon Musk entered through a side door with his lawyers. He looked calm, but David noticed he kept checking his phone. Judge Chen entered. All rise. Everyone stood. Please be seated, Judge Chen said. Bring in the jury. The side door opened. 12 jurors filed in and took their seats. None of them looked at David. Rebecca had warned him that was normal, but it felt ominous. David's heart pounded so hard he could hear it in his ears. This was it. After everything, the investigation, the firing, the months of unemployment, the harassment, the trial, this moment would decide everything. Judge Chen looked at the jury. Has the jury reached a verdict? Mrs. Patterson, the school teacher who served as jury foreperson, stood. She held a piece of paper in her hand. We have, Your Honor, she said. David couldn't breathe. His entire future hung on the words about to be spoken. The bailiff walked to Mrs. Patterson and took the verdict form from her hands. He carried it to Judge Chen, who unfolded the paper and read it silently. Her face showed no emotion. David gripped the edge of the table. His knuckles turned white. Maria's hand found his shoulder, squeezing gently. Judge Chen handed the form back to the bailiff, who returned it to Mrs. Patterson. The defendant and plaintiff will please rise, Judge Chen said. David stood on shaky legs. Rebecca stood beside him, her face calm but tense. Across the aisle, Elon and his lawyers stood as well. The courtroom was completely silent. Not a cough, not a whisper. 200 people held their breath. Judge Chen looked at Mrs. Patterson. Madam Foreperson, on the charge of wrongful termination in violation of Texas whistleblower protection laws, how do you find? Mrs. Patterson's voice was clear and steady. We find in favor of the plaintiff, David Torres. The courtroom exploded. Reporters gasped and grabbed their phones. Spectators erupted in whispers. Someone in the back shouted yes. David's knees buckled. Rebecca caught his arm, steadying him. Maria was crying behind him, her hands covering her mouth. Judge Chen's gavel cracked like thunder. Order, order in this court. The room quieted, though the energy remained electric. The jury will now read the damages awarded, Judge Chen said. Mrs. Patterson looked at the paper again. We award compensatory damages in the amount of $2,300,000 for lost wages, benefits, and emotional distress. David's vision blurred with tears. $2.3 million. Enough to pay every bill, save for the kids' college, start over completely. But Mrs. Patterson wasn't finished. We also award punitive damages in the amount of $15 million to punish the defendant for their actions and deter future violations. The courtroom erupted again. $15 million in punitive damages. That wasn't just a victory, it was a statement. The jury was sending a message that what SpaceX did was seriously wrong. David collapsed into his chair, sobbing. Maria climbed over the barrier and wrapped her arms around him. They held each other, both crying, while the chaos continued around them. Rebecca stood with tears streaming down her face. She'd won. Against impossible odds, against unlimited legal resources, against the richest man in the world, she'd won. Judge Chen banged her gavel repeatedly. Order! I will clear this courtroom if necessary. Slowly, the noise subsided to excited whispers. At the defense table, Elon sat very still, his face pale. His lawyers whispered urgently to each other, already discussing appeal options. Judge Chen addressed the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your service. You are dismissed with the gratitude of this court. The jurors filed out. Several glanced at David with small, encouraging smiles. Judge Chen looked at both tables. Before I dismiss this jury and close these proceedings, I have some remarks for the record. This was unusual. David wiped his eyes and looked up. Judge Chen removed her glasses and cleaned them slowly. Then she put them back on and looked directly at Elon Musk. Mr. Musk, please approach the bench. Elon's lawyers looked confused. Marcus Thompson started to stand, but Judge Chen shook her head. Just Mr. Musk, please, she said firmly. Elon stood slowly and walked to the bench. He looked smaller somehow, less confident than he had all week. He stood before Judge Chen, looking up at her. The courtroom fell completely silent again. Everyone sensed something important was about to happen. Judge Chen leaned forward slightly, speaking loud enough for everyone to hear. Mr. Musk, she began, her voice firm but not unkind. You've built electric cars that are changing transportation. You've built rockets that are revolutionizing space travel. You've created companies worth billions of dollars. You're one of the most powerful people in the world. Elon nodded slightly, unsure where this was going. But I want to ask you something, Judge Chen continued. And I want you to answer honestly, not as a CEO or a billionaire, but as a human being. She paused, and the pause stretched out uncomfortably. When you were young, maybe 8 or 9 years old, about the age of David Torr's daughter Sophia, did you ever dream of going to space? The question caught everyone off guard. It wasn't a legal question. It was something deeper, more personal. Elon blinked. His mouth opened slightly. For the first time in the entire trial, his mask of confidence completely crumbled. Yes, he said quietly. Yes, I did. And when you had those dreams, Judge Chen continued, leaning forward, when you imagined yourself as an astronaut, did you trust that the adults building the spaceships would never, ever cut corners on safety? Did you trust that if someone saw a problem, they would be allowed to speak up? Something changed in Elon's face. His jaw tightened. His eyes suddenly looked very bright, glistening with moisture. Yes, he whispered. Judge Chen's voice remained steady but grew more powerful. Mr. Musk, David Tor's daughter Sophia dreams of being an astronaut. She has a poster of your Starship rocket on her bedroom wall. Your rocket. She believes in the future you're building. Elon's throat worked as he swallowed hard. A single tear rolled down his cheek. The courtroom gasped audibly. Cameras clicked despite the rules. Someone whispered, "Oh my God." The bailiff called for order, but nobody was really listening. Elon Musk, the man who had built rockets and electric cars, who tweeted jokes at millions of followers, who seemed bulletproof and untouchable, was crying in federal court. David stared in complete shock. Maria's hand gripped his shoulder so tight it almost hurt. Judge Chen wasn't finished. Her voice softened but lost none of its power. "What do you want Sophia's future to look like?" she asked. "One where engineers like her father are fired for caring about her safety, or one where speaking up is celebrated, where safety comes first, where the people building the rockets she'll fly in are protected when they do the right thing." Another tear followed the first down Elon's face. His hands gripped the edge of the bench. The courtroom was so quiet you could hear people breathing. Elon started, then stopped. His voice cracked. "I want her to have a future where she can trust the people building her spacecraft, where she can trust that safety matters." "Then I suggest," Judge Chen said, "that you think very carefully about whether you want to appeal this verdict. Because teaching engineers to stay silent about safety concerns isn't the legacy you want to leave. That's not the future you're trying to build." She leaned back slightly. "You're brilliant, Mr. Musk. You're changing the world. But you're not above the law and you're not above basic human decency. David Tors did exactly what you would want someone to do if your own child were flying in that spacecraft. He spoke up, and he was punished for it." Judge Chen's voice grew even stronger. "This jury has said that was wrong. I agree with them. You have the resources to fight this verdict for years. You can file appeals, drag this family through more legal battles, spend millions on lawyers. But before you do, I want you to ask yourself, is that the person you want to be?" Elon stood there, tears still wet on his face, looking like a lost child. "Thank you, Your Honor," he said, his voice rough. Thank you." He turned and walked back to his table. Marcus Thompson started to speak, but Elon shook his head. He gathered his papers with shaking hands. Then Elon did something nobody expected. He walked across the courtroom to where David stood with his family. The room held its breath. "Mr. Tors," Elon said quietly. His voice was steady, but his eyes were still red. "I'm sorry. You were right to speak up. I was wrong to let my team retaliate against you." David stared at him, speechless. "If you ever want to come back to SpaceX," Elon continued, "I'll personally guarantee that you'll be welcomed. And I promise you, I promise everyone, that we're going to change our policies. Engineers who raise safety concerns will be protected, not punished." He extended his hand. After a long moment, David took it. They shook hands while cameras flashed everywhere. Maria stepped forward. "Mr. Musk, my daughter Sophia loves your rockets. She wants to be an astronaut." Elon's face softened. "Then we better make sure those rockets are safe," he said. "That's what her dad was trying to do. He's a good man." He turned to Rebecca. "Ms. Huang, you're an excellent lawyer. You fought hard for your client." Rebecca nodded. "Just doing my job, Mr. Musk." Elon managed a small, sad smile. "You did it well." He walked out of the courtroom surrounded by his lawyers, but he looked different now, less arrogant, more human. The reporters rushed toward David, but courthouse security kept them back. Judge Chen banged her gavel one final time. "This court is adjourned." Outside on the courthouse steps, Rebecca held a brief press conference. Cameras surrounded them from every direction. "Today, justice was served," Rebecca said, her arm around David. A jury of 12 ordinary citizens held one of the world's most powerful companies accountable for breaking the law. They sent a message that whistleblowers who report safety concerns must be protected. Reporters shouted questions. "Mr. Torres, how do you feel?" David stepped forward, his voice shaking with emotion. "I feel grateful. Grateful to the jury, grateful to Judge Chen, grateful to Rebecca, and grateful to my wife Maria, who stood by me when everything fell apart." "Will you go back to SpaceX?" David paused. "I don't know yet. Right now, I just want to go home and hug my children." "Mr. Musk apologized to you. Do you forgive him?" David thought about that question. "I think Mr. Musk is a good person who made bad decisions under pressure. I hope he learns from this. I hope SpaceX becomes a place where engineers can speak up without fear. That's what I've always wanted." More questions came, but Rebecca guided David and Maria to their car. They drove away from the courthouse as the sun began to set over Austin, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. In the car, they were finally alone. The chaos fell away. Maria broke down crying. "We did it. David, we actually did it." David pulled her close, both of them crying and laughing at the same time. "I can't believe it's over," David said. "It's not over," Maria said, wiping her eyes. "It's just beginning. This is our new start." David's phone buzzed. Messages poured in. Former colleagues congratulating him. Strangers thanking him for standing up. News outlets requesting interviews. But the message that made David cry again was from Tom Chen, the former SpaceX engineer who'd first emailed him months ago. "You did what I was too afraid to do. You changed everything. Thank you." David put his phone away. Tomorrow there would be interviews and decisions to make. Tomorrow he'd have to figure out what came next. But tonight he just wanted to go home. When they pulled into their driveway in Brownsville, Sophia and Miguel ran out the front door, followed by Maria's mother. "Daddy!" they screamed. David got out of the car and caught them both in his arms, lifting them off the ground. "Did you win, Daddy?" Sophia asked, her eyes huge. "We won, Meja," David said, tears streaming down his face. "We won." "Does that mean you're not sad anymore?" Miguel asked. David laughed through his tears. "I'm not sad, buddy. I'm happy. So happy." They went inside together, all four of them, a family that had survived the impossible. That night, after the kids were in bed, David and Maria sat on their back porch under the stars. "What are you thinking?" Maria asked. "I'm thinking about what Judge Chen said to Elon, about Sophia's future, about the kind of world we're building. And I think maybe we actually changed something today, not just for us, for everyone." Maria leaned her head on his shoulder. "You're a hero, David Torres." "I'm just an engineer who cared about safety," David said. "Exactly," Maria said. "That's what makes you a hero." They sat in comfortable silence, watching the stars. Somewhere up there was Mars, the red planet Sophia dreamed of visiting someday. And when she got there, David thought she'd fly in a spacecraft built by engineers who weren't afraid to tell the truth. That was worth everything. The morning after the verdict, David woke up to find his phone flooded with messages. 300 texts, 700 emails, 52 voicemails. The world wanted to talk to him. He sat at the kitchen table in his pajamas, scrolling through the notifications with disbelief. CNN wanted an interview. The New York Times wanted to write a profile. MIT wanted him to speak at their engineering graduation. Aerospace companies, competitors to SpaceX, were offering him jobs. Maria made coffee and sat down beside him. "You're famous." "I don't want to be famous," David said. "I just wanted to keep my job and do the right thing." "Too late," Maria said, smiling. "You're the guy who stood up to Elon Musk and won. That makes you a hero whether you like it or not." Sophia ran into the kitchen wearing her rocket pajamas. "Daddy, kids at school are saying you're on TV." "Just a little bit," David admitted. "Can I watch?" Sophia asked. David looked at Maria, who shrugged. "She's going to see it eventually." David pulled up the news on his laptop. A reporter stood outside the Austin courthouse. In a stunning verdict yesterday, a jury awarded David Torres over $17 million in his lawsuit against SpaceX. But perhaps more stunning was the emotional courtroom moment when Elon Musk cried after being questioned by Judge Margaret Chen. The screen showed a sketch of Elon at the bench, tears visible on his face. The artist had captured that moment perfectly, the powerful man reduced to something human and vulnerable. "Why is Mr. Musk crying?" Sophia asked. David thought about how to explain it. Judge Chen asked him a question that made him think about what's really important. Sometimes that makes people cry. "What question?" David pulled Sophia onto his lap. She asked him if he'd want engineers to be able to speak up about safety problems if his own children were flying in spaceships. And he realized that's exactly what I did. I spoke up to keep people safe. Sophia looked at her father with serious eyes. "So you did the right thing." "I did the right thing," David confirmed. "Then why did it make you so sad for so long?" David felt his throat tighten. "Because sometimes doing the right thing is really hard, and sometimes it costs you a lot, but it's still worth doing." Sophia hugged him tight. "I'm glad you did it, Daddy." "Me too, Mija, me too." Over the next week, David's life became a whirlwind. Rebecca helped him manage the media requests, agreeing only to a few carefully selected interviews. David appeared on 60 Minutes, where he told his story to millions of viewers. He explained the cracked tiles in simple terms that anyone could understand. He talked about the choice he faced: stay quiet or speak up. "I couldn't stay quiet," David said on camera. "Because if something bad happened, if those tiles failed and people died, I would have known I could have prevented it. I couldn't live with that." The interviewer asked about Elon's apology. "I think it took courage for him to apologize publicly," David said. "A lot of powerful people would never admit they were wrong. I respect that he did." "Will you go back to SpaceX?" David paused. "I don't know yet. I need time to think about what I want my future to look like." The interview aired on Sunday evening and was watched by 23 million people. By Monday morning, David had become a household name. But the real impact happened in places David would never see. At Boeing headquarters in Arlington, Virginia, an engineer named Jennifer Park sat in a meeting watching her supervisor approve a component she knew was questionable. Before David's case, she would have stayed quiet. Now she raised her hand. "I have concerns about this part," Jennifer said. "I think we need additional testing." Her supervisor frowned. "Jennifer, we're on a tight timeline." "I understand," Jennifer said, her voice shaking but firm. "But after what happened at SpaceX, I think we need to take safety concerns seriously. I'm formally requesting a review." There was a long silence. Then her supervisor nodded. "You're right. Better safe than sorry. Let's do the additional testing." Jennifer felt her hand stop shaking. She'd spoken up, and nothing bad had happened. Similar conversations occurred at aerospace companies across the country. David Torres' case had changed the conversation. Engineers who once stayed silent now found their voices. 3 weeks after the verdict, Rebecca called David with news. "SpaceX isn't appealing," she said. David almost dropped his phone. "What?" Elon Musk issued a statement this morning. He said they accept the jury's verdict and are implementing comprehensive changes to their whistleblower protection policies. They're creating an independent safety board to review any engineering concerns, and they're donating $5 million to aerospace safety research programs. David sat down slowly. I can't believe it. Believe it, Rebecca said. You didn't just win your case, David. You changed the culture of an entire company, maybe an entire industry. That afternoon, David received a personal email from Elon Musk. It was short and direct. David, I meant what I said in court. If you want to return to SpaceX, we'd be honored to have you back. Not in your old position, I'd like you to lead our new safety integration team. Your job would be to review all safety concerns and ensure they're taken seriously. You'd report directly to me. No pressure, just an offer. Whatever you decide, thank you for making us better. Elon. David stared at the email for a long time. That night, he talked it over with Maria. It's a good offer, Maria said. A leadership position, better pay than before, and you'd be doing exactly what you've always wanted, making sure spacecraft are safe. But can I trust them? David asked. After everything that happened. I think the question is, do you want to be part of building the solution? You could go work for Boeing or Blue Origin or someone else. Or you could go back to SpaceX and make sure this never happens to anyone else there. David thought about that. What do you want me to do? I want you to do whatever makes you happy, Maria said. We have money now. You don't have to take any job you don't want. You could even start your own consulting business helping companies improve their safety cultures. David hadn't thought of that. He could work for himself, help multiple companies have complete independence, or he could return to the place where his dream had died and try to rebuild it into something better. It was a difficult choice. A week later, Dr. James Washington called. David, I'm putting together that independent safety board for SpaceX, Dr. Washington said. Elon asked me to chair it. I want you on the board as well. We'd meet quarterly to review any safety concerns raised by engineers. We'd have complete authority to ground any vehicle if we have concerns. Real power, real independence. Will you consider it? David felt something stir in his chest, hope maybe, or purpose. I'll consider it, David said. That weekend, David took Sophia to SpaceX Starbase. It was the first time he'd been back since being fired. His hands shook as he drove through the familiar gates. But this time, he wasn't an employee, he was a visitor, and everyone there knew who he was. Engineers stopped to shake his hand. Thank you, they said over and over. Thank you for standing up. Thank you for making them listen. David hadn't expected that. He thought people might resent him for suing the company. Instead, they thanked him. One young engineer, a woman named Rachel, pulled him aside. I was pressured to approve a faulty sensor last year, she whispered. I did it because I was scared of what would happen if I refused. Then I saw what happened to you and I felt so guilty. But now, because of what you did, I just filed a safety report about a problem I found. And you know what? My supervisor thanked me. He said the new policy is to take all safety concerns seriously. You changed everything. David felt tears in his eyes. Thank you for telling me that. He walked Sophia around the facility, showing her where he used to work. They stood at the base of a Starship rocket, looking up at the massive silver vehicle. It's so big, Sophia whispered. It is, David agreed. And someday you might ride in one just like it. Will it be safe, Daddy? David looked at his daughter, 8 years old, full of dreams, full of trust that adults would protect her. Yes, he said firmly, because people are going to make sure it's safe, people like me, people who aren't afraid to speak up. Sophia smiled and took his hand. I want to be like you when I grow up. David's heart swelled. You can be anything you want, Mija. Astronaut, engineer, teacher, doctor, anything. Just promise me one thing. What? Promise me that when you see something wrong, you'll speak up, even if it's hard, even if it costs you something. Promise me you'll do the right thing. Sophia nodded solemnly. I promise, Daddy. They walked back to the car hand in hand. As they drove away, David looked in the rearview mirror at the rocket standing tall against the blue Texas sky. A month after the verdict, David made his decision. He accepted the position on SpaceX's independent safety board. But he also started his own consulting company, helping other aerospace firms improve their safety cultures and whistleblower protections. And once a month, he went back to work at SpaceX as a special advisor, reviewing safety protocols and meeting with engineers who had concerns. It was the best of both worlds, independence and the chance to make real change at the company he'd once loved. On his first day back at SpaceX, David walked into a conference room for a meeting. Elon Musk was already there, along with Dr. Washington and several other safety board members. Elon stood when David entered. "David, thank you for coming back." David shook his hand. "Thank you for making changes." "I should have listened to you from the beginning," Elon said. "I got so focused on speed and deadlines that I forgot what we're really building. We're building the future, and the future has to be built safely." They sat down and the meeting began. They reviewed 3 safety concerns that had been raised by engineers in the past month. Every concern was taken seriously. Every engineer who raised an issue was thanked and protected. This was the culture David had dreamed of, and he'd helped create it. That evening, David drove home to Brownsville. Maria had dinner ready, tacos, rice, and beans, a simple meal they all loved. Sophia showed him a drawing she'd made in art class. It showed a rocket flying through space with astronauts inside. At the bottom, she'd written, "Safe journey thanks to my dad." David taped it to the refrigerator, right next to Miguel's drawing of a robot and Maria's shopping list. After the kids went to bed, David and Maria sat on the back porch like they did most nights. The Texas stars filled the sky above them. "Are you happy?" Maria asked. David thought about that question. 6 months ago, he'd been fired and terrified. 3 months ago, he'd been fighting the biggest battle of his life. Now he had money, respect, meaningful work, and his family was safe and together. "Yes," he said, "I'm happy. Not because we won the lawsuit or got the money. I'm happy because we did the right thing and it actually mattered. We changed something." Maria leaned her head on his shoulder. "I'm proud of you. I've always been proud of you, but now everyone else sees what I've always known. You're a good man who does the right thing." David kissed the top of her head. "I couldn't have done any of this without you. When I wanted to give up, you told me to keep fighting. You worked double shifts so we could pay bills. You held our family together. You're the real hero." "We're both heroes," Maria said. "We're a team." They sat in comfortable silence, watching the stars. Somewhere up there was Mars, that red planet that had driven so much of this story. And somewhere in the world, engineers at SpaceX and other companies were working on those spacecraft, building humanity's future among the stars. David had helped make sure they could build it safely, that they could speak up without fear, that doing the right thing wouldn't destroy their lives. That was worth everything. The fear, the uncertainty, the pain, all of it had been worth it. Because now, when Sophia grew up and became an astronaut, and David believed she would, she'd fly in a spacecraft built by people who weren't afraid to tell the truth. She'd fly safely into the stars, carried by rockets built with courage and honesty. And David Torres, a regular engineer from Brownsville who'd found some cracks in some tiles and refused to stay quiet, had helped make that possible. It was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. 3 months after the verdict, David stood in front of 200 aerospace engineers at a conference in Houston. The room was packed. People sat in every chair, lined the walls, and crowded the doorway hoping to hear him speak. David adjusted the microphone nervously. Public speaking still made him uncomfortable, but Rebecca had convinced him this was important. "Good afternoon," David began. "My name is David Torres. 6 months ago, I was fired from SpaceX for reporting safety concerns. Today, I'm here to talk about why speaking up matters." He clicked to the first slide, a photograph of the cracked heat shield tiles that had started everything. These cracks are small. Most people would miss them, but I didn't miss them because I was trained to look carefully, and when I found them, I had a choice. David looked around the room. Engineers leaned forward, hanging on every word. I could approve the tiles anyway, keep my boss happy, meet the deadline, keep my job, or I could report what I saw and risk everything. I chose to report it. And yes, I lost my job, but I won something more important. I kept my integrity, and eventually I got justice. He talked for 40 minutes about the importance of safety culture, about how engineers must be empowered to raise concerns, about how companies need systems that protect whistleblowers instead of punishing them. When he finished, the room erupted in applause. It lasted almost 2 minutes. Some engineers stood, and soon everyone was on their feet. During the question period, a young woman in the third row raised her hand. "Mr. Torres, I work for a defense contractor. Last month, I found a software bug that could cause our guidance system to fail. I reported it, and my manager told me I was being too cautious. He said the bug was minor and wouldn't affect performance. Now I'm worried that if I push harder, I'll end up like you did, fired and blacklisted. What should I do?" David looked at her. She couldn't have been older than 25. Probably her first real job out of college, her whole career ahead of her. "Document everything," David said. "Take screenshots of the bug, write a detailed report, send it through official channels, keep copies of all communications. And then, this is the hard part, trust that you're doing the right thing." "But what if I get fired?" "You might," David said honestly. "I won't lie to you. Standing up for what's right sometimes costs you everything. But staying silent costs you something too, your peace of mind, your self-respect, and possibly lives if that bug really is dangerous." The room was silent. "Here's what I learned," David continued. "Companies that punish people for raising legitimate safety concerns are companies that eventually fail. They either have catastrophic accidents, or they lose the trust of their customers, or they get sued into oblivion. A company that protects whistleblowers is a company that will succeed long-term. So you think I should push harder? I think you should ask yourself what you'll regret more, losing a job or staying silent while people's lives are at risk. Only you can answer that question." The young woman nodded slowly. "Thank you." After the conference, she approached David in the hallway. "I'm going to file a formal safety report tomorrow," she said. "And if they fire me, I'll sue them just like you did. Because you're right, I can't live with staying silent." David shook her hand. "Good luck, and if you need help, call Rebecca Huang, she's the best." He gave her Rebecca's card. The young woman clutched it like a lifeline. That night, David couldn't stop thinking about her. He texted Rebecca, "I think I just inspired someone to become a whistleblower. I hope I gave her good advice." Rebecca replied immediately, "You gave her the truth. That's always good advice. And don't worry, if she needs a lawyer, I'll help her." The next month, David received an invitation that surprised him. NASA wanted him to join an advisory committee on spacecraft safety. The committee would review all human spaceflight missions and make recommendations to ensure astronaut safety. "This is a big deal," Maria said when David showed her the letter. "NASA doesn't just invite random people to advisory committees." "I'm not random," David said. "I'm notorious." Maria laughed. "You're famous for doing the right thing. There's a difference." David accepted the NASA position. Once a quarter, he flew to Houston for committee meetings. He sat in rooms with legendary astronauts, veteran engineers, and safety experts, and they listened to his opinions like he belonged there. Because he did belong there. He'd earned his place through courage and sacrifice. At one meeting, David sat next to Dr. Sarah Mitchell, a former astronaut who'd flown 3 shuttle missions. "Mr. Torres," she said during a break, "I wanted to thank you personally." "For what?" "For speaking up about those tiles. You see, I'm scheduled to fly on a commercial Starship mission next year. A tourist flight, just a quick orbit around Earth. When I heard about your case, I was glad someone like you was watching out for people like me." David felt his chest tighten. "You're actually going to fly on Starship?" "If it's safe," Dr. Mitchell said. "And thanks to you pushing for better safety protocols, I believe it will be." David thought about that conversation for days afterward. A real astronaut was going to fly on a Starship, and she trusted that it would be safe partly because of what he'd done. Meanwhile, Sophia's dreams were growing stronger. She started a space club at her elementary school. 10 kids met every Friday to learn about planets, rockets, and astronauts. Sophia brought in articles about SpaceX, Blue Origin, and NASA. One Friday, she asked David to come speak to her space club. David sat in a circle with 10 third graders, all looking at him with wide eyes. "My dad used to work for SpaceX," Sophia announced proudly. "He helped make rockets safe." "Did you really sue Elon Musk?" a boy named Tyler asked. "I did," David confirmed. "But I didn't sue him because I was angry. I sued because SpaceX broke the law when they fired me for reporting safety problems." "What kind of safety problems?" a girl named Emma asked. David pulled up the photograph of the cracked tiles on his phone. "These cracks, they look small, but during re-entry when the spacecraft comes back to Earth, those cracks could get bigger from the heat. If they get too big, the whole tile could break. And if enough tiles break, the spacecraft could burn up." The kids looked horrified. "Did that happen?" Tyler asked. "No, because I reported the problem before the tiles were used. That's why it's so important to speak up when you see something wrong." "But they fired you for it," Emma said. "That's not fair." "You're right, it wasn't fair. But you know what? A jury of 12 regular people looked at all the evidence and agreed it wasn't fair. They made SpaceX pay me for what they did wrong. And more importantly, SpaceX changed their rules so it won't happen to other engineers." Sophia raised her hand even though this was her dad. "Daddy, when I become an astronaut, will the rockets be safe?" David smiled at his daughter. "Yes, Mija, because people like me and someday people like you will make sure they're safe." After the Space Club meeting, Sophia's teacher pulled David aside. "Thank you for coming," Mrs. Henderson said. "Sophia talks about you constantly. She's so proud of what you did." "I'm proud of her," David said. "She's got big dreams." "She does, and she's smart enough to achieve them." Mrs. Henderson paused. "Mr. Torres, I want you to know that what you did mattered to more than just your family. I have a nephew who works for an aircraft manufacturer. He saw your story on the news and it gave him courage to report a problem he'd been worried about. They investigated and found he was right. He probably prevented an accident. Your courage created ripples." David felt tears in his eyes. "Thank you for telling me that." Those ripples kept spreading in ways David never expected. A senator from Texas introduced legislation to strengthen whistleblower protections for engineers nationwide. The bill was called the David Torres Aerospace Safety Act. When Rebecca told him about it, David couldn't believe it. "They're naming a law after me. They're naming it after what you represent, engineers who put safety ahead of careers," Rebecca said. "You've become a symbol, David, whether you wanted to or not." The bill passed 6 months later with bipartisan support. President signed it into law in a rose garden ceremony. David and his family were invited to attend. Standing in the rose garden at the White House, watching the president sign legislation bearing his name, David felt overwhelmed. This was so far from where he'd started, a scared engineer in Brownsville who'd found some cracks and didn't know what to do. The president shook David's hand after the signing. "Mr. Torres, your courage has made our aerospace industry safer. Engineers across this country now have stronger protections when they report safety concerns. Thank you for your service to our nation." David could barely speak. "Thank you, Mr. President." That night back in their hotel room, Maria and the kids bounced on the bed, giddy with excitement. "Daddy met the president," Miguel shouted. "Daddy has a law named after him," Sophia added. David sat on the edge of the bed, watching his family celebrate. A year ago, they'd been struggling to pay bills, wondering if they'd lose their house. Now they were in a fancy Washington, D.C. hotel after watching the president sign a law that bore David's name. It felt surreal. Later, after the kids fell asleep, David and Maria stood on the hotel balcony looking at the Capitol building lit up against the night sky. "Do you ever feel like you're dreaming?" David asked. "Every day," Maria admitted. "But it's real, David, all of it. You changed the world." "I just reported some cracks in some tiles." "No," Maria said firmly. "You stood up when it was easier to stay quiet. You fought when it was easier to give up. You trusted in justice when everyone said you'd lose. That's not just reporting cracks. That's heroism." David pulled her close. "I couldn't have done any of it without you." "I know," Maria said, smiling. "That's why we're a good team." Back in Brownsville, life settled into a new normal. David split his time between his consulting work, the SpaceX Safety Board, and the NASA Advisory Committee. The settlement money meant Maria could cut back her nursing hours and spend more time with the kids. Sophia continued to excel in school, especially in science and math. Her teachers said she was one of the brightest students they'd ever taught. Miguel started showing interest in engineering too, building elaborate Lego structures and asking David endless questions about how things worked. One Saturday morning, David was in the garage working on a model rocket with Miguel when his phone rang. Unknown number. "Hello. Mr. Torres, this is Janet Williams. I'm a producer with 60 Minutes. We're doing a follow-up story on your case, checking in 1 year later. Would you be interested in participating?" David looked at Miguel, carefully gluing a fin to the rocket body. "Can I think about it?" David asked. "Of course, take your time." David hung up. He was tired of being in the spotlight. He wanted to just be a dad, a husband, an engineer, not a celebrity or a symbol, but he also understood that his story mattered, that other people drew strength from it. That staying visible meant the issue stayed visible. He called Rebecca for advice. "Do what feels right," Rebecca said. "You've already done more than anyone could expect. If you want to step back from the public eye, that's okay. You've earned your peace. But your story is still helping people. Every time you speak, every time you appear in the news, another engineer somewhere finds the courage to speak up. That's worth something." David thought about the young woman at the conference clutching Rebecca's business card. He thought about Mrs. Henderson's nephew who'd prevented an accident. He thought about all the engineers he'd never meet who'd been inspired to do the right thing. "I'll do the interview," David decided. The 60 Minutes crew came to Brownsville 2 weeks later. They filmed David at home with his family, at SpaceX Starbase, and sitting in his consulting office. The interviewer asked the question everyone wanted to know. Looking back, was it worth it? All the pain, the uncertainty, the fear, was speaking up worth it? David didn't hesitate. "Yes, absolutely yes. I lost my job, but I kept my integrity. I went through hell, but I came out stronger. My family struggled, but we stayed together. And now, engineers across the country have better protections because of what we fought for. So yes, it was worth every difficult moment." What would you say to someone facing a similar choice today? David looked directly at the camera. "I'd say that courage isn't the absence of fear. It's doing the right thing despite the fear. Document everything. follow proper channels, and trust that in the end the truth matters. It won't be easy. It might cost you everything. But staying silent will cost you something too, your self-respect, your peace of mind, and possibly lives. Choose courage, choose truth, and know that you're not alone. The segment aired 3 weeks later and was watched by 15 million people. The next day, David received 47 emails from engineers who'd seen the interview and were facing their own decisions about whether to report safety concerns. David answered every single one. David sat in his home office on a bright September morning, exactly 1 year after he'd first discovered those cracked tiles. So much had changed. The small room that once held his laptop and a pile of bills now contained a proper desk, comfortable chair, and shelves lined with aerospace engineering books. Through the window, he could see Sophia and Miguel playing in the backyard. They had a new swing set now, not fancy but sturdy and safe. Maria had planted flowers around the fence. Their house finally felt like a home, not a place they might lose. David's consulting business had grown steadily. He now worked with 7 aerospace companies, reviewing their safety protocols and training engineers on proper reporting procedures. The work was meaningful and paid well, but the real satisfaction came from the emails. Every week, engineers reached out to thank him or ask for advice. David made time for all of them. This morning, he was reading a message from an engineer named Marcus Chen at Blue Origin. "Mr. Torres, I found irregularities in a fuel line connection. My supervisor says they're within tolerance, but I'm not sure. I don't want to overreact like my boss claims I am, but I also can't ignore what might be a problem. What should I do?" David typed his response carefully. "Marcus, trust your instincts. If you have concerns, document them thoroughly and report them through official channels. Take photos, write detailed notes, and keep copies of everything. Your supervisor might be right that the irregularities are within tolerance, but that decision should be made by safety experts, not someone worried about schedules. Remember, better to be overcautious than to ignore a real problem. You're not overreacting, you're being professional." He hit send and moved to the next email. This one was from Patricia Valdez. David stared at the name for a moment, surprised. The SpaceX HR director who had been part of his termination meeting was reaching out to him. He opened it cautiously. "Dear Mr. Torres, I hope this message finds you well. I've wanted to reach out for months but wasn't sure if you'd want to hear from me. I owe you an apology. During your termination process, I allowed myself to prioritize company interests over doing what was right. I convinced myself we were following proper procedures, but the truth is, we were building a case against you because you'd raised concerns that were inconvenient. Your lawsuit and the trial opened my eyes to how wrong that was. I've spent this past year working to reform SpaceX's HR practices. We now have mandatory training on whistleblower rights. We've created new reporting channels that bypass direct supervisors. And we've terminated 2 managers who retaliated against engineers who raised concerns. I know an apology can't undo what happened to you, but I want you to know that I'm sorry, and I'm working every day to make sure it never happens to anyone else. Thank you for having the courage to fight back. You made me a better HR professional and a better person." David read the email 3 times. He'd expected to feel anger toward Patricia. Instead, he felt something closer to respect. It took courage to admit you were wrong and work to fix it. He wrote back, "Patricia, thank you for reaching out and for the work you're doing to change the culture. That takes courage too. I appreciate the apology, and I'm glad something good came from all of this." His phone rang. It was Dr. Washington. "David, are you free for lunch today? I'm in town and wanted to discuss something." "Sure, where should I meet you?" "That Mexican place near your house, the one with the excellent tamales." David smiled. "See you at noon." Dr. Washington was already seated when David arrived at Rosita's restaurant. The older man stood and shook David's hand warmly. "You look good," Dr. Washington said. "Happy." "I am happy," David admitted, sitting down. "It's been a good year." They ordered food and caught up on life. Dr. Washington talked about his grandchildren. David shared stories about Sophia's space club and Miguel's Lego obsession. Then Dr. Washington's expression grew more serious. "David, I wanted to talk to you about something important. The independent safety board at SpaceX has been successful, very successful. Other aerospace companies are taking notice. Boeing wants to create a similar board, and they've asked me to help set it up." "That's great news," David said. "They want you involved too, not just as an advisor, but as the director of their new whistleblower protection program. It would be a full-time position. Excellent salary, full benefits, and real authority to investigate any safety concerns raised by engineers." David set down his fork. "Boeing wants to hire me. They want someone with credibility, someone engineers will trust, someone who's proven they'll stand up to pressure. That's you, David. But I have my consulting business, and my work with SpaceX and NASA. You could keep the NASA advisory role. The consulting work would have to stop, or at least scale back significantly. But David, this is a chance to build something lasting, to create a model that other companies can follow. Imagine if every aerospace company had a strong whistleblower protection program. How many lives that could save?" David thought about it while they ate. It was a big decision. His consulting work gave him flexibility and independence, but Dr. Washington was right. A position at Boeing could create systemic change across the industry. "Can I think about it?" David asked. "Of course." They're hoping for an answer within a month. That evening, David discussed it with Maria. "What do you want to do?" she asked. "I don't know. Part of me wants to stay independent, but another part wants to build something bigger." "Would we have to move?" "Probably to Seattle, where Boeing's headquarters is located." Maria looked around their living room, the home they'd almost lost, now filled with happy memories and children's artwork. "The kids are settled here," she said slowly. "Sophia loves her school. Miguel just made new friends, but they're also young enough that moving wouldn't be traumatic." "What do you want?" David asked. Maria thought for a long moment. "I want you to do work that matters, and I think this position could matter a lot. But it's your decision, David. Whatever you choose, we'll make it work." David spent the next week weighing his options. He made lists of pros and cons. He prayed. He talked to Rebecca, who encouraged him to follow his instincts. Finally, he called Dr. Washington back. "I'm honored by the offer," David said, "but I'm going to say no." "Really? Can I ask why?" "Because I'm doing good work right now. I'm helping multiple companies, not just one. I'm building relationships with engineers across the industry. If I take a full-time position at Boeing, I lose that reach. I can help more people by staying independent." Dr. Washington was quiet for a moment. "That's a mature decision, David, and probably the right one. Boeing will be disappointed, but I understand your reasoning. But I'd be happy to consult with them on building their program," David added. "Help them get it set up right, train their staff, create the policies, just not as a full-time employee." "I'll pass that along. I think they'll appreciate the compromise." 2 weeks later, David signed a consulting contract with Boeing. He would spend 1 week per month in Seattle, helping them establish their whistleblower protection program. The rest of the time, he'd continue his other work. It was the perfect solution, meaningful impact without uprooting his family. In October, David received unexpected news. The Society of Aerospace Engineers was awarding him their annual Ethics in Engineering Award. The ceremony would be held in Washington, D.C. in November. "I don't need an award," David told Maria. "I just did what was right." "That's exactly why you deserve it," Maria said. "Because you didn't do it for recognition. You did it because it was right." The ceremony was held in a beautiful hotel ballroom. David wore his nicest suit. Maria wore a dress she'd bought specially for the occasion. Sophia and Miguel stayed home with Maria's mother, though Sophia was upset to miss it. "I want to see Daddy get his award," she protested. "We'll take lots of pictures," Maria promised. 200 aerospace professionals attended the ceremony. David sat at a table near the front, increasingly nervous as the evening progressed through dinner and several other awards. Finally, the society's president approached the microphone. "Our final award tonight is the Ethics in Engineering Award. This honor recognizes engineers who demonstrate exceptional moral courage in upholding safety standards and professional ethics." The president told David's story: the cracked tiles, the firing, the lawsuit, the verdict. David Torres risked everything to do what was right. He lost his job, his financial security, and his reputation in the industry. But he never gave up, and his courage has created lasting change in how aerospace companies handle safety concerns. David's case led to new legislation protecting whistleblowers. It inspired engineers across the country to speak up about problems they'd been afraid to report. It reminded all of us that safety must always come first, no matter the cost. The president gestured to David. "Mr. Torres, please come accept your award." David walked to the stage, his legs shaking slightly. The ballroom erupted in applause. Everyone stood. The standing ovation lasted 3 minutes. David stood there holding his award, a beautiful glass sculpture of a rocket, while 200 engineers honored him with their applause. When the room finally quieted, David was invited to say a few words. He looked out at the crowd, seasoned engineers, young professionals just starting their careers, industry leaders, and safety experts. "Thank you," he began. "This is incredibly humbling, but I want to be clear about something. I'm not a hero. I'm just an engineer who saw a problem and reported it. That should be normal, not exceptional." He paused. "The fact that my case is noteworthy shows how broken our systems were. Engineers should never have to choose between their jobs and their ethics. They should never have to risk everything to report legitimate safety concerns. The real heroes are the people working to change those systems, the legislators who passed stronger protections, the companies implementing better policies, and the engineers who continue speaking up despite the risks." David looked around the room. "If you take anything from my story, let it be this. When you see something wrong, speak up. Document it carefully, follow proper channels, and don't give up. Yes, there might be consequences, but staying silent has consequences too. And I promise you, being able to sleep at night knowing you did the right thing is worth more than any job." He held up the award. "Thank you for this honor, but more importantly, thank you to everyone here who's committed to putting safety first. You're the real heroes of this story." The applause came again, louder this time. After the ceremony, engineers lined up to talk to David. They shared their own stories of reporting problems, of facing pressure to stay quiet, of finding courage to speak up. One engineer, an older man with gray hair, shook David's hand with tears in his eyes. 20 years ago, I saw a problem with a military aircraft component. I stayed quiet because I was afraid of losing my job. That aircraft crashed 6 months later. 2 pilots died. I've lived with that guilt every day since. Your story gives me hope that younger engineers won't make the same mistake I did." David didn't know what to say. He just held the man's hand and nodded. "Thank you for telling me that," David finally said. "I'm sorry for what you've carried all these years." The ceremony ended late. David and Maria took a taxi back to their hotel, both exhausted but happy. In their room, David set the award on the desk and collapsed onto the bed. "I can't believe this is my life now," he said. "A year ago, I was unemployed and terrified. Now I'm receiving ethics awards and consulting with major aerospace companies." Maria lay down beside him. "You earned all of this, David, every bit of it." "We earned it," David corrected. "I couldn't have fought without you supporting me." "We're a team," Maria agreed. They lay in comfortable silence for a while, both thinking about the incredible journey they'd been on. "David," Maria said softly. "Yeah. When Sophia becomes an astronaut, and she will, I want you to be able to tell her that you helped make her journey safe. That because of what you did, engineers everywhere are protecting people like her." David felt tears in his eyes. "That's all I ever wanted, to make a difference, to matter." "You do matter," Maria said. "To me, to our kids, and to thousands of engineers you'll never meet. You changed the world, David Torres." David pulled her close. "We changed it together." Outside their hotel window, Washington, D.C. sparkled with lights. Somewhere in that city, legislators were working on laws, engineers were building the future, and people were speaking up about problems instead of staying silent. David had helped make that possible, and tomorrow he'd go home to Brownsville, to his kids and his work and his normal life. Because that was the beautiful thing about courage. It didn't make you extraordinary. It just helped you become the person you were always meant to be. 6 months had passed since the awards ceremony. Spring arrived in Texas with wildflowers covering the highways and warm breezes that made everything feel possible. David stood in his backyard watching Sophia practice her science fair presentation. "And this is how heat shields work," Sophia explained to an imaginary audience, pointing at her display board covered with diagrams and photos. "The tiles protect the spacecraft from burning up when it comes back to Earth." Miguel sat in the grass building something with blocks that he insisted was a Mars colony. David's phone buzzed. A text from Rebecca. "Turn on the news. Judge Chen is giving an interview about your case." David went inside and found the remote. Maria was already watching, her eyes fixed on the screen. Judge Margaret Chen sat in her chambers, speaking to a news reporter. Even on television, she radiated that same calm authority David remembered from the courtroom. "Judge Chen," the reporter asked, "your question to Elon Musk during the Torres trial became one of the most talked-about moments in recent legal history. Why did you ask him about his childhood dreams?" Judge Chen adjusted her glasses. "Because I saw a man who had lost sight of why he started building rockets in the first place. Sometimes powerful people need to be reminded of their younger selves, the version of them who still believed in doing the right thing, not just winning or succeeding." "Some legal experts criticized you for overstepping your role as a judge. What do you say to that?" "I understand the criticism," Judge Chen said, "but I believe judges have a responsibility beyond just applying the law mechanically. We're also human beings with the ability to appeal to the humanity in others. Mr. Musk needed to be reminded that he's not just building machines, he's building the future. And the future needs integrity, not just innovation." "Do you think your question changed the outcome of the case?" Judge Chen smiled slightly. "The jury's verdict changed the outcome. My question simply reminded everyone in that courtroom, including Mr. Musk, what was really at stake. Not money or corporate reputations, but the kind of world we're creating for the next generation." The reporter leaned forward. "You mentioned David Torres' daughter specifically. Why?" "Because Sophia Torres represents every child who dreams big dreams and trusts that adults will protect them while they chase those dreams. When engineers are punished for trying to keep people safe, we betray that trust. I wanted Mr. Musk to understand that on a personal level, not just a legal one." Have you spoken with Mr. Musk since the trial? No, but I've followed the changes SpaceX has made. They've implemented strong whistleblower protections. They've created an independent safety board. They've changed their culture. That's exactly what I hoped would happen. And David Torres, have you stayed in touch with him? Judge Chen's expression softened. I've followed his work from a distance. He's become an important voice for engineering ethics and safety. But more importantly, he's living his life, being a father, doing meaningful work, making a difference. That's the best possible outcome. The interview continued, but David had heard enough. He turned off the television and sat quietly. Maria sat beside him. She's right, you know, you're living your life. That's what matters. I never thanked her properly, David said. Judge Chen, she could have just ruled on the law and left it at that, but she made it about something bigger. Maybe you should thank her, Maria suggested. David thought about that. Then he went to his office and wrote a letter by hand, something he hadn't done in years. Dear Judge Chen, I hope this letter finds you well. I wanted to thank you for the question you asked Elon Musk during my trial. In that moment, you reminded all of us why we do what we do. You reminded me that speaking up wasn't just about my job or my family. It was about protecting people like my daughter Sophia, who still believes the world is fundamentally good and fair. Thank you for believing that too. Thank you for using your position to appeal to our better natures. And thank you for giving me justice when I needed it most. With deep gratitude, David Torres. He mailed the letter the next day. 2 weeks later, he received a response, a handwritten note on official courthouse stationery. Dear Mr. Torres, your letter touched me deeply. Thank you for having the courage to stand up for what was right. You made my job easy. I simply had to help the truth come to light. I hope you and your family continue to thrive. And please tell Sophia that when she becomes an astronaut, I'll be watching her launches with pride, knowing her father helped make them safe. With respect and admiration, Margaret Chen. David pinned the note to his office wall, right next to Sophia's drawing of the rocket. That same week, David received a call from Kent Morrison. David, it's Kent. I hope it's okay that I'm calling. David tensed. He hadn't spoken to his former supervisor since the trial. What can I do for you, Kent? I wanted to apologize. I've been wanting to call for months, but I didn't know if you'd want to hear from me. Kent's voice was strained. I was wrong. About the tiles, about pressuring you, about building a case against you. I let the schedule pressure get to me. I convinced myself that meeting deadlines was more important than investigating your concerns properly. David was quiet, listening. I left SpaceX 6 months ago, Kent continued. It was mutual. The new safety culture they're building, I realized I was part of the old problem, so I stepped aside. Now I'm working for a smaller company and I'm trying to do better. I wanted you to know that I'm sorry. You were right and I was wrong. David took a deep breath. Anger would be easy. Forgiveness was harder. Thank you for calling, Kent. I appreciate the apology. That's it. You're not going to yell at me or tell me I destroyed your life. You made bad choices, David said carefully. But so did a lot of people in that situation. The system was broken. You were part of it, but you weren't all of it. I'm glad you're trying to do better now. Kent was quiet for a moment. You're a better man than I am, David. I don't know if I could be that gracious if our positions were reversed. Maybe you could, David said. Maybe we're all capable of more grace than we think. After they hung up, Maria asked if he was okay. Yeah, David said. I actually feel lighter, like I was carrying something heavy and just put it down. Forgiveness does that, Maria said. In June, Sophia finished 3rd grade with straight A's. Her science fair project about heat shields won first place at the regional competition and would advance to the state level. Miguel finished kindergarten and announced he wanted to be a rocket scientist engineer daddy when he grew up. David continued his consulting work, now helping 8 companies improve their safety cultures. Boeing's whistleblower protection program was up and running successfully. The NASA Advisory Committee had made several important recommendations that were being implemented. Life had found a steady, satisfying rhythm. Then, in July, David received a call that caught him completely off guard. "Mr. Torres, this is Amanda Price from the MacArthur Foundation." "I'm sorry, who?" "The MacArthur Foundation. We award fellowships to individuals who show exceptional creativity and potential. The fellowships are commonly called Genius Grants." David almost dropped his phone. "I'm aware of them. We're pleased to inform you that you've been selected as a MacArthur Fellow. The fellowship comes with a $625,000 grant, paid over 5 years. No strings attached. You can use it however you wish to continue your work." David couldn't speak. "Mr. Torres, are you there?" "I'm here, I don't know what to say." "Say yes," Amanda Price said warmly. "You've demonstrated remarkable courage and have dedicated yourself to improving aerospace safety culture. We believe you'll continue doing important work, and we want to support that." "Yes," David managed. "Absolutely yes." When he told Maria, she screamed so loud that both kids came running. "What happened? Is everything okay?" Sophia asked, worried. "Everything's perfect," Maria said, tears streaming down her face. "Your daddy just won a Genius Grant." "What's a Genius Grant?" Miguel asked. "It means people think daddy is really smart and doing important work," Sophia explained. "And they're giving him money to keep doing it." Miguel thought about that. "I already knew daddy was smart." David laughed and scooped both kids into a hug. "You guys are the real geniuses. You know that." The MacArthur Fellowship was announced in September. Once again, David found himself in the news, but this time it felt different. Not like being on trial or defending himself, but like being recognized for doing work that mattered. The grant money meant financial security for years to come. It meant Sophia and Miguel's college funds were fully secured. It meant David could take on projects that were meaningful even if they didn't pay well. Most importantly, it meant validation, not just of the lawsuit but of everything he'd done since. The speaking, the consulting, the advising, the responding to emails from frightened engineers who needed guidance. In October, exactly 2 years after being fired, David returned to SpaceX for a special event. The company was unveiling a new monument at Starbase, a sculpture called The Integrity of Engineering. The sculpture was a stylized engineer looking up at stars, holding a blueprint. At the base was a plaque with the words, "In honor of all engineers who speak truth to power, who put safety above schedules, and who remember that we build the future for those who will inherit it." Elon Musk stood at the podium during the unveiling ceremony. He looked older than he had 2 years ago, more serious. "This monument represents a commitment," Elon said. "A commitment that SpaceX will always protect engineers who raise safety concerns, that will never punish honesty or courage, that will remember why we're doing this work, not for glory or profit, but to make humanity a spacefaring civilization. And we can only do that if we do it safely." He looked directly at David, who stood in the crowd. 2 years ago, David Torres tried to tell us something important. We didn't listen. That was wrong. This monument ensures we'll never forget that mistake. After the ceremony, Elon approached David privately. "How are you?" Elon asked. "Good, really good actually. I've followed your work. The consulting, the MacArthur Fellowship, everything. You've done more to improve aerospace safety culture than anyone I know. I'm just trying to make sure what happened to me doesn't happen to others." Elon nodded. You've succeeded, not just at SpaceX, across the industry. Engineers are speaking up more. Companies are listening better. That's because of you. It's because of a lot of people, David said. True, but you started it. Elon extended his hand. Thank you, David, seriously. Thank you for not giving up on us. David shook his hand. Thank you for actually changing. That evening, David stood in front of the monument alone. The sun was setting, painting the Texas sky in brilliant colors. In the distance, a starship stood on its launch pad, ready for tomorrow's test flight. The spacecraft would fly safely because engineers had carefully inspected every component. And if any of those engineers found problems, they could report them without fear. That was David's legacy, not the lawsuit or the money or the awards. His legacy was the thousands of engineers he'd never meet who would speak up because they knew they'd be protected. His legacy was Sophia, who would grow up believing that doing the right thing mattered, even when it was hard. His legacy was a culture that valued integrity as much as innovation. David pulled out his phone and took a picture of the monument. He texted it to Judge Chen with a simple message. Thank you for helping make this possible. She replied almost immediately. You made it possible. I just asked a question. You lived the answer. David smiled and put his phone away. He stood there a while longer, watching the sunset and thinking about the strange journey that had brought him here. 2 years ago, he'd been a terrified engineer who just lost everything. Now he was standing in front of a monument that honored the very thing that had nearly destroyed him, his courage to speak truth. Life was strange and beautiful and completely unpredictable, and David Torres wouldn't change a single moment of it. 3 years after the verdict, David stood at SpaceX Starbase on a warm April morning. The sun hadn't fully risen yet, but the launch pad was lit up like a small city. Starship gleamed silver against the dark sky, fueled and ready for its most important mission yet, the first crewed flight to orbit the moon and return. David wasn't just a spectator today. He was here as the lead safety advisor, the person who'd signed off on every critical system after months of reviews. Beside him stood Maria, Sophia, and Miguel. Sophia was 11 now, taller and even more determined to become an astronaut. Miguel was 8 and had just completed his first year of a gifted program for math and science. Are you nervous, Daddy? Sophia asked. A little, David admitted. But I'm also confident. We've checked everything carefully. This spacecraft is ready. Dr. Washington joined them along with Rebecca, who'd flown in from California where she now ran a nonprofit organization supporting workplace whistleblowers. Big day, Dr. Washington said, shaking David's hand. Biggest yet, David agreed. They watched as the crew of 4 astronauts emerged from the building. 3 were professional astronauts. The 4th was Dr. Sarah Mitchell, the former astronaut David had met at NASA 3 years ago. Dr. Mitchell spotted David in the observation area and waved. He waved back, his chest tight with emotion. She's really going, Maria whispered. Because she trusts it's safe, David said. Because we made sure it's safe. The crew boarded the spacecraft. The countdown began. David's heart pounded with each passing second. At T-5 minutes, Elon Musk's voice came over the loudspeaker addressing everyone at the facility. Today represents years of hard work by thousands of dedicated people. This mission is possible because everyone on this team understands that we succeed together, and we only succeed when we put safety first. Every engineer who had concerns about any system felt empowered to speak up. Every concern was investigated thoroughly. This is how aerospace should work. Sophia squeezed David's hand. That's because of you, Daddy. Because of a lot of people, David said, but he smiled. The countdown continued. 10 seconds, 9, 8. At 0, 33 Raptor engines roared to life. The massive spacecraft lifted off the pad, rising on a column of fire and thunder. The sound was incredible, like nothing else in the world. David watched through tears as Starship climbed higher and higher, accelerating into the morning sky. It was perfect. Every system nominal, every safety check green. "It's beautiful," Miguel breathed. "It is," David agreed. The spacecraft disappeared into the clouds, then emerged above them, climbing toward space. On the giant screens around the observation area, they could see telemetry data, camera views from inside the crew cabin, and the smiling faces of the 4 astronauts. "Starship, you are go for orbital insertion," Mission Control confirmed. Dr. Mitchell's voice came through clearly. "Copy that, Houston, and I just want to say it's smooth sailing up here. This ship feels solid." "Someone did excellent work." David felt Maria's arm around his waist. "She's talking about you." "She's talking about everyone who built it," David said, but he couldn't stop smiling. The spacecraft reached orbit successfully. Over the next 5 days, it would circle the moon and return home. But the critical part, the launch, was complete. After the spacecraft was safely in orbit, there was a celebration in the observation center. Engineers hugged and cheered. Elon walked through the crowd, shaking hands and thanking everyone. When he reached David, he paused. "We did it," Elon said simply. "You did it," David corrected. "I just made sure you did it safely." "That's the most important part," Elon said. "David, I've been thinking about something. Our safety board has been incredibly successful, but I want to expand it. Create a foundation dedicated to aerospace safety research and education. I'd like you to run it." David was stunned. "Run a foundation?" "Full-time position. You'd work with universities, research institutions, aerospace companies. Develop best practices for safety culture. Train engineers in proper reporting procedures. Fund research into safety technologies. It would be the David Torres Safety Foundation." "I don't want my name on it," David said immediately. "Why not?" "Because this isn't about me. It's about the principles, integrity, courage, putting human lives first. Call it something that reflects that." Elon considered. "The Integrity and Engineering Foundation." "Better," David said, "but I need time to think about running it. That's a big commitment." "Take all the time you need. The offer stands." Over the next 5 days, the world watched as Starship completed its mission. The spacecraft orbited the moon, sending back stunning images. The crew conducted scientific experiments. Everything worked perfectly. On the 5th day, Starship re-entered Earth's atmosphere. David watched from Mission Control this time, having been invited as a special observer. This was the moment he'd feared 3 years ago, re-entry, when those heat shield tiles would face their ultimate test. The spacecraft hit the atmosphere at 17,000 miles per hour. The exterior temperature climbed to over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The heat shield glowed orange, then white-hot. "Telemetry looks good," a flight controller reported. "All tiles holding." "Temperature within expected range," another controller added. "Structural integrity nominal." David watched the data streams, his engineering mind analyzing everything. The tiles were performing exactly as designed, not a single failure. "Parachutes deployed," Mission Control announced. On screen, 3 massive parachutes blossomed above Starship, slowing its descent. The spacecraft drifted down toward the Pacific Ocean, where recovery ships waited. Splashdown in 30 seconds. The crew cabin camera showed the 4 astronauts, all smiling despite the intense deceleration forces. "Splashdown," Mission Control announced. Starship hit the water with a massive splash. The parachutes detached. Recovery helicopters moved in. Everyone in Mission Control erupted in cheers and applause. David stood quietly, tears streaming down his face. They'd done it. A flawless mission. Every system perfect. Every safety protocol followed. Every concern addressed. Dr. Mitchell's voice came through the radio. "Houston, Starship crew reporting. We are safe, healthy, and extremely impressed with this vehicle. That was the smoothest re-entry I've experienced in 4 space flights. Whoever designed those heat shields deserves a medal. David felt hands on his shoulders, Dr. Washington and Elon both beaming. "You did it," Dr. Washington said. "We all did it," David replied, but he was smiling through his tears. That night there was a massive celebration at SpaceX headquarters. Thousands of employees gathered to celebrate the successful mission. David brought his whole family. Sophia spent the evening talking to engineers, asking technical questions, completely in her element. Miguel made friends with other engineers' kids, building Lego rockets in a side room. At one point, Dr. Mitchell arrived at the party, having flown back from the recovery ship. She was mobbed by well-wishers, but she made her way to David. "I meant what I said up there," she told him. "That heat shield was perfect. I never worried for a second during re-entry." "That's exactly what we wanted," David said. "For you to trust the spacecraft completely." "I did, because I knew people like you made sure it was safe," she smiled. "My daughter wants to be an astronaut too. She's 13. Seeing people like you stand up for safety makes me feel better about her future." After Dr. Mitchell moved on, Sophia appeared at David's elbow. "Dad, I've decided something." "What's that?" "I'm definitely going to be an astronaut. But first, I'm going to be an aerospace engineer. Like you. Because before you can fly the ships, you need to help build them safely." David felt his heart swell with pride. "That's a wonderful plan, Mija. And when I'm an astronaut and something seems wrong, I'm going to speak up, even if people don't want to hear it, because that's what you taught me." David hugged his daughter tight. "That's all I ever wanted you to learn." Later, as the party wound down, David found himself on a balcony overlooking the Gulf of Mexico. The moon hung low and bright over the water. The same moon starship had just orbited. Rebecca joined him. "You're quiet. That's unusual for a celebration." "Just thinking," David said. 3 years ago, I was standing in a courtroom wondering if I'd destroyed my life. Now I'm watching spacecraft I helped certify complete moon missions. It's surreal." "It's not surreal, it's justice. You did the right thing and eventually that mattered. It didn't always feel like it would matter. But you kept fighting anyway. That's courage, David." They stood in comfortable silence, watching the moonlight on the water. "Are you going to take Elon's offer?" Rebecca asked. "Run the foundation?" "I think so. It feels like the next step. I can help create systemic change across the whole industry." "You've already created change, but yes, a foundation could amplify that." Rebecca smiled. "Whatever you decide, I'm proud of you. You're one of my favorite success stories." "I'm proud of you too. Your nonprofit has helped so many whistleblowers." "We learned from the best," Rebecca said, nudging him. The next morning, David took his family to the beach. They walked along the sand, collecting shells and watching pelicans dive for fish. Miguel ran ahead, chasing waves. Sophia walked beside David, content and thoughtful. "Dad, can I ask you something?" "Always." "Was it worth it? Everything you went through, losing your job, the lawsuit, all the stress. Was it worth it?" David thought about the question carefully. Sophia deserved an honest answer. "Yes, it was worth it. Not because we won money or because people know my name. It was worth it because I can look at myself in the mirror and know I did the right thing. And it was worth it because it made things better for other people." "But you were sad for a long time. Mom told me." "I was. Doing the right thing isn't always easy or comfortable. Sometimes it costs you a lot. But Sophia, the alternative, staying quiet when I knew something was dangerous, that would have cost me something too. My integrity, my self-respect, the ability to sleep at night." Sophia nodded slowly. "So you chose the hard thing that was right over the easy thing that was wrong." Exactly. I want to be like that too. David stopped walking and knelt down to his daughter's level. You already are like that, Mija. I see it every day. You stand up for kids who get bullied. You tell the truth even when it's uncomfortable. You're already brave. I learned it from you. And I learned it from my parents. And you'll teach it to your kids someday. That's how good things spread, person to person, generation to generation. They continued walking. Maria and Miguel caught up with them and they walked as a family, the Texas sun warm on their faces, the future bright and full of possibility. That afternoon, David called Elon. "I've thought about your offer," David said. "I'll run the foundation, but I have some conditions." "Name them." "First, the foundation has to be truly independent. It can't be controlled by SpaceX or any aerospace company." "Agreed." "Second, we need a diverse board of directors. Not just engineers, but ethicists, safety experts, former whistleblowers, and people who represent the public interest." "Makes sense." "Third, part of the Foundation's mission has to be supporting engineers who face retaliation for speaking up. Legal support, financial assistance, career counseling. Like what Rebecca did for you." "Exactly, so other engineers don't have to fight alone." "I love all of those conditions," Elon said. "When can you start?" "Give me 3 months to wrap up my consulting work and transition my clients. Then I'm all yours." "Perfect. David, thank you for everything, for not giving up on us, for helping us become better. Thank you for actually listening. Not everyone does." After hanging up, David sat in his office looking at the collection of items on his wall. Sophia's drawing of the rocket, Judge Chen's note, his MIT diploma, the photograph of the cracked tiles that had started everything. He took down the photograph of the tiles and put it in a drawer. That chapter was closed now. In its place, he hung a photograph from the recent Starship launch, the spacecraft rising into the morning sky, perfect and beautiful and safe. That was the future. That was what mattered. David Torres had helped build it, one difficult choice at a time. And now he would help build more of it, ensuring that courage and integrity remained as important as innovation and ambition. The future was worth fighting for, and David Torres would never stop fighting for it. And that was the end of David Torres' incredible journey, from a fired engineer fighting for justice to a man who changed an entire industry's culture of safety. We'd love to know, where are you listening from? Drop your city or country in the comments below. If this story moved you, please hit that like button and subscribe to our channel for more inspiring true stories about courage, justice, and people who stood up for what's right. And don't keep this story to yourself. Share it with your friends and family. Spread the message that speaking up matters, that doing the right thing is worth fighting for, and that ordinary people can create extraordinary change. Your share might inspire someone who's facing their own difficult choice right now. Together, we can spread kindness and awareness, one story at a time. Thank you for listening, and we'll see you in the next story.